You believe you already understand what 3I Atlas is. You think you've got its purpose figured out, but you don't. Not even close. While the public bickers over whether it's just another comet wandering in from deep space, the facts staring us in the face weave a far darker story, one so unsettling that NASA would rather you never piece it together. That strange 8:1 carbon dioxide ratio, that's not random chemistry at work. That's a deliberately mixed atmospheric brew, crafted with intention. Those impossible alignments with Venus, Mars, and Jupiter, that's not luck, that's steering. And that sudden burst of activity beginning at 4.4 astronomical units in a region where nothing should be thawing, that's not natural, that's ignition. What I'm about to reveal will dismantle everything you thought you knew about Atlas, because this isn't first contact. It isn't even the kind of alien technology we've been conditioned to expect. This is far more insidious, far more intimate, and infinitely more urgent than anyone dares to admit. The object approaching Mars isn't a tourist from the stars. It's here with a mission to reforge a planet. And once you see why Mars must be reforged, and who benefits from it, you'll realize humanity is about to make the most pivotal decision in our species' existence. By the end of this journey, you'll understand why space agencies around the globe are operating under emergency conditions, why certain politicians have become obsessed with accelerating Mars colonization plans, and why Atlas's chemical fingerprint matches exactly the recipe needed to breathe life into a barren world. You'll uncover how this so-called visitor connects to ancient Sumerian records describing sky gods who arrived from the direction of Sagittarius, the very constellation Atlas emerged from. You'll see why its timing mirrors astronomical cycles recorded on clay tablets thousands of years before we even had a concept of space exploration. And most importantly, you'll confront evidence suggesting Atlas may not be the first of its kind, but rather the final piece in a vast engineering project, older than human civilization itself. The implications are staggering. They challenge everything we think we know about our place in the universe, about how life began on Earth, and about why Mars once carried oceans and an atmosphere before it all mysteriously vanished. This isn't soothing bedtime science. This is the kind of revelation that will leave you staring into the dark, wondering if tomorrow is the day everything changes. No textbook, no classroom, no comfortable scientist could have prepared us for this. Because the evidence is clear. While we've been asleep, something has been hard at work reshaping our solar system. And if you think you can tune it out and fall back into your dreams, think again. Mars is about to undergo the most dramatic transformation in our cosmic neighborhood. If you're ready to tumble down the deepest rabbit hole in human history, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe, because what we're about to explore will shift your perception of reality forever. And if that hype button's glowing, tap it, because it's the best way to help us bring you more mind-bending scenarios like this one. Now I want to hear from you. Where were you when you first heard the name Atlas? What corner of the world are you watching this from? And when you glance at Mars in the night sky, have you noticed anything unusual? Your perspective might matter more than you realize. So let's begin with something that should send shivers down the spine of every astronomer alive. Atlas isn't obeying the same gravitational laws that govern every natural body in our solar system. Its course shows signs of deliberate correction, as though it's been adjusting its path through interstellar space. Natural objects don't do that. They drift along trajectories carved by gravity wells alone. But Atlas? Atlas shows subtle nudges, tiny deviations in its vector patterns that can only mean one thing: propulsion. Dr. Jacqueline McClary of Northeastern University, one of the few researchers bold enough to speak openly about Atlas's peculiarities, has said what most of her colleagues are too afraid to admit. This object doesn't behave like anything we've ever seen. Compared to the two earlier interstellar wanderers, Oumuamua and 2I, Borisov Atlas stands apart. Those bodies tumbled through our system like aimless debris, drifting in and out on predictable cosmic arcs. Atlas, however, moves like it has orders. Its entry angle, its precise timing, even its chemical fingerprint, every detail points to design, not accident. And here is where the unease deepens. When scientists trace Atlas's path backward through space and time, its origin seems to be the thick disk of our galaxy, a region of ancient stars with almost no metals, exactly the type of stellar nursery that existed 6 billion years ago, when our own system was forming. That means Atlas may not be a recent arrival at all. It could have been aimed at us before Earth even had continents. The date of its closest pass only sharpens the unease. October 29, 2025. On that day, it will slip just inside Mars's orbit at 1.44 astronomical units. That is not only close, it is the perfect distance for unleashing technology designed to rewrite an atmosphere. But the most chilling connection is one that ties the heavens to the oldest stories on Earth. That date, October 29, lines up with Mesopotamian calendar cycles that describe the return of the sky gods every 600 years. To dismiss this as coincidence would be easy, but dangerous. In 1976, author Zecharia Sitchin translated Sumerian cuneiform texts that told of the Anunnaki, a race said to have come from a wandering world to mine Earth's resources and to engineer humanity itself. Academics may scoff, but fresh discoveries keep breathing life into his claims. Ancient minds that predate human civilization, genetic anomalies in our DNA hinting at outside tampering, and records across cultures describing sky beings with the power to alter entire planets. The Sumerian creation tale, the Enuma Elish, even places these sky lords' arrival from the very same patch of sky where Atlas emerged, the constellation Sagittarius. The tablets spoke of their homeworld, Nibiru, a rogue planet on an elongated orbit, bringing it near our system once every 600 years. Now, astonishingly, modern calculations suggest Atlas has been traveling for roughly the same span, 600 years, adjusted only slightly by gravitational tugs along the way. That single number binds ancient myth to modern astrophysics in a way too precise to ignore. And the texts don't merely describe an arrival. They speak of a departure, a promise that the sky beings would return when their great work was complete. They mentioned a station on Mars, a staging ground. They spoke of tools that could reawaken dead worlds. And here's the kicker. Atlas's strange chemical mix isn't just weird, it's exact. That 8:1 ratio of carbon dioxide to water ice is exactly what you would need to jumpstart Mars's thin atmosphere. Release that much CO2, seed it with water vapor for humidity and cloud formation, and the greenhouse cycle begins. Ice caps melting, gases releasing, pressure rising, chemistry stirring from its ancient sleep. Make no mistake, NASA knows this. The European Space Agency knows this. Every major observatory has run the same models and seen the same terrifying result. If Atlas expels its cargo into Mars's skies during its closest approach, the planet could begin changing within months, air pressure climbing, temperatures creeping upward, chemical activity awakening as though Mars itself were drawing breath after eons of silence. But here's where the story twists even darker. Atlas might not be the first delivery. Orbital surveys have already found strange chemical traces on Mars deposits that don't belong, clustered around the poles where any terraforming attempt would naturally begin. These match the signature of engineered comet strikes, which begs the question, what if Oumuamua and Borisov weren't random visitors, but early scouts? What if they were trial runs, paving the way for something bigger, something like Atlas? Because think about it. Our own exploration of Mars is accelerating. We have rovers crawling across the surface, orbiters reading the atmosphere, and future missions aimed at colonization. If another intelligence wanted to finish their Martian transformation without us noticing, or worse, without us interfering the time to act, would be now. Before humans plant permanent colonies, before we gain the tools to recognize or resist what's unfolding above our heads. And that's the moment when this story shifts from intriguing speculation to something that should terrify us all. Because the implications don't stop at Mars. They stretch much further, into the very survival of humanity itself. If Atlas truly is an artificial construct, an object designed not by chance but by will, then the implications are staggering. Whoever engineered it commands a mastery of technology that makes our greatest achievements look like toys. We are talking about a civilization that treats planets not as distant dreams to colonize, but as raw material construction projects waiting to be remodeled. They have the ability to cross interstellar space with clockwork accuracy. They can deploy terraforming systems with surgical precision. And they have been orchestrating this operation not for decades or centuries, but for thousands upon thousands of years. While humanity was learning to chip stone tools, paint on cave walls, and eventually climb into orbit, these beings were already laying the groundwork for a transformation that now looms before us. The real question is not whether such a thing is possible at Clearly Island. The question that should haunt us is simple: what happens next? Think about the psychological earthquake this unleashes. Imagine waking up tomorrow to the confirmed reality that our solar system is not our own, that it has been an alien construction zone all along. Every comforting assumption we've built about isolation, uniqueness, and destiny crumbles in an instant. For governments, this is a nightmare. Authority built on secrecy and the slow drip of information about extraterrestrial possibilities evaporates, because contact is no longer theoretical, it is unfolding right now. For religions, the reckoning is even sharper. Doctrines built over centuries about divine creation must suddenly confront the possibility that we are the byproduct of genetic manipulation, engineered not by a God who chose us, but by beings who required us. And for science, the blow is existential. For generations, we've clung to the idea that life is rare, precious, and fragile. But what if life, our life, is nothing more than a cog in an industrial process that spans multiple star systems? The economic shock alone could trigger collapse. Consider what happens the moment Atlas's true purpose is revealed. Billions invested in Mars colonization become meaningless. Every government program, every private company betting on the dream of planting the first flag on the red planet obsolete in a single heartbeat. SpaceX, Blue Origin, NASA, ESA, entire industries built on the premise that humans would be the pioneers are suddenly irrelevant. Why? Because Atlas's technology, by every metric, can do in months what would take us centuries. Mars cities, terraforming domes, mining operations swept aside by the reality of a machine that can remake worlds almost instantly. But the catastrophe grows darker still when we consider what happens if Atlas succeeds, if Mars becomes habitable before humans are ready to claim it. A terraformed Mars would be the crown jewel of the solar system. The ultimate real estate, a second Earth, a vault for biodiversity, a launch pad for deeper exploration. Whoever controls Mars controls the future of humanity's expansion into the cosmos. The question we must ask is chilling. What if those who sent Atlas have no intention of sharing? What if this new world is not a gift, but a fortress, a staging ground for their return to Earth? The oldest texts whisper this very possibility. The Anunnaki, according to Sumerian accounts, left Earth not because they were finished, but because they were waiting for cycles to align, waiting for their projects to mature, waiting for us to reach just the right stage, advanced enough to serve, but not advanced enough to resist. And if Atlas is the final phase of their preparations, then we are not witnessing the beginning of colonization, we are witnessing the beginning of a return. Strategically, the implications are devastating. A civilization with interstellar travel and planetary engineering would not need armies or weapons to dominate us. They would need only one thing: Mars. From there, they hold the high ground, Launch windows between Earth and Mars open every 26 months, a rhythm they could exploit to ensure that any action they take coincides with our maximum vulnerability. With bases established on Mars, they could watch everything: our communications, our military movements, our extraction of resources, all visible, all trackable. They could choke us without firing a shot, not with guns or missiles, but with weather, with food, with water. Think about that. They would not have to fight us to control us. They could simply alter Earth's environment from afar. A few subtle tweaks to the climate, a shift in rainfall, a modification of jet streams. Starvation, collapse, surrender, all accomplished with tools invisible to us, undetectable with our current science. And there are hints this may already be happening. Strange auroras flaring at latitudes where they don't belong. Magnetic fields flickering for minutes, sometimes hours, with no explanation. Air samples collected from the upper atmosphere, revealing chemical signatures that match neither earthly sources nor natural cosmic input. Are these coincidences, or are they test runs? Small-scale demonstrations of technology designed to reshape environments? If so, then Earth has already been placed under subtle trial. Now, here's the part that should keep you awake at night. If Atlas completes its mission and Mars becomes habitable, then Earth loses its position as the jewel of the solar system. Mars becomes the prime real estate, the headquarters, the center, and Earth becomes the backup. Earth becomes the farm, the mine, the overflow basin for population and labor. The Sumerians described this in haunting clarity. Their tablets spoke of a time when the Anunnaki operated primarily from Mars, using Earth as a resource hub. Humanity, in their narrative, was never the chosen steward of creation. We were the workforce. Crafted through genetic engineering to be smart enough to follow directions, but not clever enough to challenge our makers. It's a disturbing thought, but one that demands asking, what if that system never ended? What if we have been watched all along, allowed to evolve just enough to remain useful, but never so much as to become threatening? Look at the evidence with this lens, and history begins to warp into something terrifyingly consistent. Our sudden leap in technology over the last century, our obsessive drive toward the stars, our unrelenting focus on Mars as the next frontier. Were these natural outgrowths of human ambition, or were they nudges, subtle manipulations guiding us toward a future already written long ago? Perhaps our progress has been less about discovery and more about preparation, conditioning us for the moment when our creators return. If that's true, then Atlas isn't just a comet. It isn't even just a machine. It's a signal, a declaration, a reminder that the timeline we thought was ours has always belonged to someone else. And as it closes in on Mars, the question pressing hardest is no longer whether it can terraform. The question is, what role do we play once the transformation begins? Because if Atlas truly is the final phase of a long-prepared plan, then our future has already been chosen. The only uncertainty is whether we recognize our place in it, or whether that realization comes too late. The arrival of Atlas is no accident. Its timing is almost too precise, falling at the exact point where human technology has reached a precarious middle ground. We are advanced enough to scan the skies, to recognize an interstellar object when one pierces our system, and even to analyze its chemical fingerprints in astonishing detail. But we are not advanced enough to do anything about it. We can watch, but not stop. We can observe changes in Mars's atmosphere, but not counter them. We can recognize the fingerprints of engineering, but we cannot replicate or resist the hand that made them. It is a cruel balance, humanity poised at the threshold of cosmic awareness, yet still powerless to shape events. And that balance may be the entire point. This moment, right now, is the perfect window for the final stage of a project that requires human participation, but not human equality. We are not partners. We are not rivals. We are the measuring instruments, the unwitting record keepers. Our satellites, Rovers and orbiters become sensors, feeding data into the very process that threatens to reconfigure our solar system. Every transmission, every sample, every atmospheric reading we beam home becomes part of a grander blueprint, one that was never ours to begin with. Yet this framework assumes cooperation. That assumes we have a choice. What if we don't? Look closely at Atlas's trajectory and timing, and a disturbing pattern emerges. Its approach appears calculated to limit our ability to act. Its closest pass comes during Earth's northern winter, when space programs worldwide are at reduced capacity, budgets tightened, staff scattered, resources thin. Its path takes it to a position on the far side of the sun, perfectly placed to make direct observation difficult at the very moment when it matters most. And most damning of all, its speed and angle make interception utterly impossible. Even if every nation on Earth pooled its resources, even if every rocket launched in unison, we simply do not have the propulsion technology to reach Atlas before it completes its task. We are relegated to bystanders, witnesses, observers of a process we cannot interrupt. This powerlessness is more than a technical obstacle. It is a psychological shockwave. For centuries, we have assumed we are the apex of intelligence in our cosmic neighborhood. Our telescopes, our spacecraft, our nuclear fire, all symbols of human ingenuity and dominance. Yet Atlas exposes the hollowness of that belief. It forces us to consider that we have never been in control at all, that our technological milestones have not been entirely our own, that our future may have been quietly guided, nudged, even scripted, by forces we cannot see or contact. The evidence for this quiet guidance lies scattered across history, overlooked until now. Major leaps in knowledge, mathematics, metallurgy, astronomy, have appeared with uncanny simultaneity in cultures oceans apart, discoveries emerging as though planted, not stumbled upon. Ancient manuscripts describe technologies that should have been far beyond their authors' comprehension. Flying machines, celestial maps, mechanisms whose sophistication outstripped their eras by millennia. Archaeological sites reveal architecture that should have been impossible with the tools available. And perhaps most telling of all, the myths. From the Americas to Mesopotamia to the Pacific Islands, cultures separated by oceans told stories of sky gods, star visitors, and cosmic cycles. Stories that, when viewed through the lens of modern astronomy, align with startling precision. These are not vague coincidences or poetic metaphors. They are echoes of knowledge transferred systematic, deliberate, and global. Which brings us back to Atlas. What if it represents not a new intrusion, but the culmination of a process that has been ongoing for millennia? What if humanity's technological progress has been sculpted not toward independence, but toward usefulness? We have been armed with just enough capability to observe and record, but never enough to resist. Our rovers crawl across Mars, feeding us breathtaking detail about its atmosphere, surface, and geology, precisely the kind of data needed to evaluate a terraforming project in progress. We congratulate ourselves for these achievements, not realizing we may simply be playing our role as biological instruments in someone else's experiment. This interpretation also reframes the last half-century of space development. Why the obsessive focus on Mars, despite its brutal environment and the staggering cost? Why the endless emphasis on atmospheric chemistry and surface analysis, while plans for permanent settlements always seem to stall? Why the steady evolution of orbital sensors and robotic explorers that give us exquisite observation, but so little power to shape what we see? Seen through the Atlas lens, the answer is clear. We've been prepared, conditioned, even to serve as the monitoring system for the transformation of our own solar system. And the manipulation doesn't stop with technology. It seeps into culture, shaping us to accept the role that awaits. Religious traditions worldwide have long emphasized submission, obedience, humility before higher powers. Educational systems train us to specialize narrowly, discouraging holistic understanding that might reveal the larger pattern. Economies reward compliance with established systems, punishing radical innovation. Every structure pushes us toward being efficient cogs, not disruptive thinkers. Even our entertainment, when examined closely, betrays the pattern. Science fiction, our great laboratory of imagination, is curiously limited in its visions of alien contact. We are told to expect either invaders who must be resisted or saviors who must be welcomed. Rarely do we see the scenario Atlas suggests, beings who view us not as equals, but as tools. Biological equipment, useful in function, but expendable in form. The absence of this possibility in our cultural narratives is not an accident. It is preparation, conditioning us to miss the most likely truth until it is too late. And so we arrive at the terrifying possibility. Atlas is not an isolated event. It is the endpoint of a centuries-long process of preparation. A process that has made us the perfect observers, the perfect servants, the perfect components in a system that dwarfs our comprehension. We are not entering first contact. We are awakening to the realization that contact has been ongoing all along, woven into our myths, our discoveries, and our very development. But if this is true, then the most unsettling question remains: what role do we play in the next phase? Because if history shows us anything, it is that every stage of guidance leads to greater dependence. And Atlas's arrival suggests the moment of dependence becoming explicit has finally arrived. For most of us, the idea of alien contact has always been painted as a single, spectacular moment, a blinding flash in the sky, a ship hovering over our cities, a handshake with beings from beyond. That is the story we have been sold, the myth we've rehearsed in our imaginations. But what if that expectation was never the truth? What if contact has been unfolding all along, not in a single thunderclap, but in a drawn-out whisper lasting thousands of years? This conditioning matters more than we realize. The way we expect contact to happen shapes the way we react when it does. If humanity had been prepared for shock and confrontation, we might resist. But what happens if we've been prepared instead to obey, to accept guidance, to fold ourselves into systems of power we neither built nor fully understand? In that case, our response isn't resistance, it's compliance. And compliance becomes the very measure of our survival. The cracks are already visible. Across the globe, populations have been shifting toward deeper reliance on authority, complex technology, and environmental systems they no longer feel capable of controlling. Governments have drifted toward centralized structures where small groups of technical elites dictate policy. Economies reward obedience and consumption, punishing radical thinkers who dare to step outside of the framework. Schools churn out specialists with razor-sharp focus in narrow fields, but strip them of the holistic understanding that might allow them to see the bigger picture. Piece by piece, we have been sculpted into a species that knows how to operate machinery but has forgotten how to imagine life outside of it. This is the true catastrophe, the very success of this conditioning. By making us so dependent, so trusting of systems, we have been robbed of the very capacity to resist at the moment resistance might be needed most. A civilization that has learned to bow to technological authority will not question that authority when it finally reveals itself to be non-human. A population that has learned to survive only by relying on fragile technological webs will never risk destroying those webs for the sake of independence. And a species taught to see environmental collapse as just the way of nature will not recognize planetary engineering as an act of conquest until it is far too late. Atlas's arrival, then, may mark the beginning of the most elegant takeover in cosmic history. Not a war, not an invasion. A handover so subtle, so compatible with our conditioning, that humanity will never even recognize it as conquest. Mars will become habitable through technologies we cannot replicate. Earth's population will slowly lean on that new world for resources, for guidance, for stability. And before long, human civilization will find itself integrated into a system designed by an intelligence that is not our own, bound into a web we cannot escape. Imagine what comes next. Within a single generation, children will grow up under a sky where Mars is no longer a barren red dot, but a thriving beacon, a hub of culture and power. The very notion of the center of civilization will shift outward. Mars will house the advanced systems. Earth will become the hinterland. Mars will be the technological capital. Earth the provider of bodies and raw materials. Education will transform to train us not as explorers, but as caretakers of alien systems. Careers will be oriented not around creativity or independence, but around serving as interfaces between human biology and alien machinery. And culture? Culture will celebrate obedience, technological dependence, and compliance as the highest virtues. Innovation, independence, rebellion. These will not be virtues anymore. They will be pathologies. The most insidious part of this possibility is that it may not look like a nightmare at all. In fact, it might feel like progress. A civilization capable of interstellar navigation and planetary-scale engineering could solve our greatest crises in the blink of an eye. Scarcity could vanish. Diseases might be eliminated. Lifespans extended. Cognitive abilities enhanced beyond anything we've ever imagined. For the average human, life would become better, immeasurably better. Why fight for independence when subordination offers paradise? Why cling to outdated human technologies when alien systems render them irrelevant overnight? Why hold on to flawed cultural traditions when alien guidance offers results our own wisdom never could? This is benevolent tyranny in its purest form, a system so generous that resistance is not merely crushed, it becomes irrational. Comfort replaces freedom, dependence replaces struggle. And for many, that trade will not only be acceptable, it will be desirable. But what happens when the tide turns? What happens when human usefulness declines? Because make no mistake, usefulness is the foundation of this relationship. If the overseers decide that humanity no longer contributes to the system, or worse, if humanity becomes an obstacle to it, what then? A subordinate species has no leverage, no arsenal to defend itself, no cultural traditions that equip it for autonomy. Once utility is gone, survival vanishes with it. History offers hints. Ancient texts, Sumerian, Babylonian, and beyond, paint a picture of cycles, ages of prosperity, guided by gods from the skies, followed inevitably by collapse, floods, fires, wars, abandonments, golden ages terminated without warning, civilization stripped back to primitive survival. These cycles could very well represent the operating rhythm of alien management. Periods of advancement while humans serve a function, followed by culling when humans grow too numerous, too clever, or too defiant to remain useful. Atlas's arrival could be the marker of yet another cycle turning. Mars's transformation may not just be about creating a new world, it could be about resetting this one. A new phase of human development under alien guidance, where today's sprawling global population is seen as unwieldy, fragmented, and unmanageable. The system may decide to trim it down. How? Not through visible wars or invasions, but through subtler tools, environmental manipulation, resource scarcity, engineered diseases, or cascading social instability, all appearing to be natural, all carefully calibrated to reduce numbers while preserving what the system finds valuable, our genetic raw material, our cultural fragments, our trained compliance. And when the culling ends, humanity emerges once again in a reduced, docile state, grateful for the interventions that saved us, blind to the possibility that those same interventions orchestrated the collapse in the first place. A cycle repeating itself across millennia, each time convincing us that the catastrophe was natural, each time erasing the memory of what came before. If this is true, then Atlas's mission is not simply to terraform Mars, it is to reset the stage for the next iteration of humanity, to prepare the Red Planet as the control hub for a new era, while Earth is pruned and reshaped into a manageable support colony. The question is no longer whether this is happening. The question is what role we will play when the reset comes. A planetary reset does not have to come dressed in the armor of war or in the roar of alien fleets. It can arrive quietly, invisibly, through a cascade of events that look natural to the untrained eye. Food shortages appearing at just the wrong moment, storms so precise in their destruction they seem almost scripted, viruses that spread with uncanny efficiency, shaving away billions while sparing just enough to keep the system viable. Civilizations can be collapsed without a single shot fired if environmental manipulation, engineered scarcity, or social destabilization are deployed with surgical precision. And when the dust clears, those left alive would not curse their overseers. They would thank them for stepping in to save what remained. Gratitude replaces suspicion. Dependence replaces outrage. The conqueror is crowned as savior. This pattern would explain the rhythm of our own history. Sudden bursts of brilliance, shattered by abrupt declines into darkness. The rise of cultures whose technologies outstripped their supposed means, followed by their unexplained disappearance. Great civilizations erased in centuries, sometimes decades, leaving ruins that defy the capabilities of their age. Stone, cut with precision, we can barely replicate today. Astronomical knowledge encoded in structures long before the invention of telescopes. Languages, myths, and rituals that describe gods who both gifted and punished, who lifted humanity up, then tore it back down. These cycles were never accidents. They were controlled resets, experiments run again and again, each time refining human usefulness for a greater purpose. If that's the case, then our present moment takes on a chilling new clarity. We are not standing at the dawn of progress. We are standing at the end of another cycle. Our current civilization, with its fragile technology, its obsession with growth, and its restless pursuit of Mars, may already have outlived its usefulness. Atlas could be the signal that this iteration has served its function and is slated for replacement, not because we failed, but because we succeeded, just not in ways that serve our own destiny. And that brings us to the most dangerous variable of all, time. If this interpretation is true, then the countdown has already begun. Mars is in the process of being transformed, not in theory but in real time. Its atmosphere altered in ways our instruments cannot deny. Each passing day locks in the alien foothold. Each passing week makes reversal less likely. Within months, the foundations of the new cycle could be established, and the longer we wait to act, the narrower our window becomes. But here is the twist. The most devastating part of all time may not matter. Why? Because every tool we might reach for, every strategy we could design, every act of resistance we can imagine, has already been anticipated. We are attempting rebellion with weapons forged by the very architects of our condition. Our rockets, our satellites, even our mathematics and physics products of knowledge, we believe we discovered, but may only have been permitted to uncover at specific stages, guided step by step to serve the timetable of this project. What looks like ingenuity might be programming. What feels like freedom might be nothing more than a leash long enough to fool us into thinking we run where we will. This is the paradox of control. The deeper our understanding becomes, the more we realize that our understanding itself may be the mechanism of control. Each revelation that should empower us instead binds us tighter. Each breakthrough that should expand our options instead proves how few options exist. Resistance doesn't collapse under force, it collapses under the unbearable weight of futility. Atlas brings this paradox into sharp focus. Its arrival forces us to ask questions most civilizations are never allowed to articulate. Have we ever truly been independent actors in our own story? Or have we been managed, nudged and corrected like pieces on a cosmic game board, useful only so long as we move according to a plan we cannot see. What if the very act of realizing our position is not liberation, but another stage of conditioning? Perhaps this revelation is designed not to spark resistance, but to extinguish it once and for all. By stripping away the illusion of choice, we are softened for the only role that remains, willing participants in a system too vast to defy. In this light, the confrontation we face may not be with aliens at all, but with the shattering of our own self-image. The story we tell ourselves that we are explorers, inventors, masters of our fate, may be nothing more than a myth planted to keep us moving forward until the right moment arrived. Now that the mask is slipping, we are left with the unthinkable possibility. We were never masters, never even apprentices. We were equipment, instruments, a species engineered and cultivated, optimized for certain tasks and discarded when no longer relevant. And yet even here, inside this suffocating paradox, there remains one final question. Can human creativity, that unpredictable spark that has ignited revolutions, toppled empires, and rewritten the rules of survival, produce something that cannot be anticipated? Can our collective will forge a path beyond the scripts we have been given? Could cooperation born not of programming but of genuine choice exceed the sterile precision of alien systems? Or are even these questions themselves part of the conditioning, carefully fed to us so that the illusion of defiance burns away harmlessly in our minds while the project proceeds undisturbed? The weight of Atlas's evidence points toward inevitability. Yet inevitability is a concept designed to pacify, to make us observers rather than actors, to convince us that every possible branch of the future has already been explored by minds older and sharper than ours. But inevitability only holds power if we accept it, which leads us to the next phase of the puzzle. If we are being prepared, not for resistance but for acceptance, then what exactly are we being prepared to accept? The transformation of Mars? The subordination of Earth? Or something even more profound? Something that stretches back into the deepest myths and forward into the farthest reaches of time? Because the next piece of this story suggests that the conditioning itself, the revelation of our cosmic position, may not be the end of the process, but merely the beginning. Atlas's trajectory and its unnerving precision signal something far greater than a passing celestial visitor. They mark the end of speculation. For centuries, humanity has toyed with myths, riddles, and faint anomalies that hinted at a larger intelligence at work. We whispered of gods, we drew constellations into patterns, we built monuments aligned with stars. But all of that belonged to the age of mystery, the age when we could still pretend that our role in the universe was self-determined. That age is over. Atlas represents the line in the sand. The phase of quiet observation and subtle nudging is concluding, and a new era is breaking open. Direct intervention, revealed presence. And now, humanity stands at the edge of a test it never volunteered for. The question is not whether alien intelligence exists. That has been answered, in the ice and vapor streaming from Atlas's strange chemistry, in the impossible course corrections of its path, in the very fact of its deliberate arrival. The real question is whether we, our fragile minds, our fragile societies, our fragile sense of purpose, can adapt to the role that has been prepared for us. A role not of pioneers, but of instruments, not of equals, but of extensions. If we succeed in this transition, what awaits us is not triumph, not independence, but survival. A redefined humanity, stripped of its illusions, retooled as biological components in a cosmic technological system so vast it dwarfs our comprehension. Enhanced, perhaps even protected, but fundamentally subordinate, like cells incorporated into a larger organism, alive but no longer independent. If we fail, the outcome is simpler, harsher, and final: extinction. Humanity's story would not end in some climactic war of independence, but in quiet erasure. the species reduced to waste product, discarded equipment, out of spec, and no longer useful. From the perspective of those who sent Atlas, such an outcome is neither cruel nor tragic. It is efficient. To us, the extinction of billions would be unthinkable. To them, it is the routine removal of faulty components in a system measured in galaxies and epochs. This is perhaps the hardest truth to accept, that our survival carries no moral weight in the eyes of intelligence operating on scales where entire civilizations are as brief and localized as bacteria in a petri dish. For them, we are not children of the cosmos to be nurtured or rivals to be respected. We are functions. Our value is determined not by our dreams, but by our utility. This shift in perspective is where the Atlas scenario becomes most psychologically devastating, because it strips away the central myth we have built our existence upon, that we are explorers, creators, the dominant intelligence writing its own destiny. The comforting pride we take in our telescopes and rockets evaporates when we see them as little more than training wheels, tools developed not for our freedom, but for our refinement as useful parts of a machine we did not design. What looks like progress may, in fact, be programming. Our cultural achievements, the symphonies, the philosophies, the great religions, these too take on a hollow tone when seen as conditioning programs, crafted to sculpt our psychology into compatibility with subservience. Traditions emphasizing obedience, humility, acceptance of divine will, were they spiritual truths, or were they rehearsal scripts for a role humanity was always destined to play? Even our space exploration, the crowning project of our modern age, takes on a tragic irony. We imagined it as a declaration of independence, humanity spreading its wings beyond Earth. But what if it is the opposite? What if our rovers, our satellites, our orbiters, circling Mars, are not acts of freedom, but instruments of service? Remote sensors placed not for our benefit, but as data-gathering nodes for a project we cannot control. Our explorers become spies against ourselves, transmitting information that helps optimize an alien transformation. Yet within this psychological devastation may lie the very function of the trauma itself. Shock is not just a side effect of revelation, it may be the goal. To strip away the illusions we cling to, so that when the truth of subordination arrives, we can accept it without resistance. Like the pain of birth, the collapse of our old identity may be necessary for the emergence of a new one. But birth can be fatal if the trauma is too great, if the gap between what we believed and what we must accept proves too wide. The transition collapses. Instead of yielding compliance, it yields madness. A species unable to adapt psychologically to the reality of its place in the hierarchy becomes useless, and useless species are not tolerated, they are removed. This is the binary humanity now faces, not freedom versus slavery, not conquest versus independence, but survival as subordinate partners or elimination as obsolete equipment. There is no middle ground, no compromise where humanity gets to remain what it thought it was, and the window for adaptation is closing fast. Atlas's approach is not theoretical, it is happening now. Within months, its deployment phase may begin, reshaping Mars's atmosphere in ways that cannot be denied. The moment transformation becomes visible to the naked eye, the illusion of cosmic independence is gone forever. Our reactions in these first phases, our psychological responses, will determine which path unfolds: survival through compliance or annihilation through collapse. Already, the test has begun. Atlas itself is the exam. Our reaction to its presence, to the anomalies it embodies, to the atmospheric changes on Mars that will soon follow, all of this is being watched, evaluated, measured. The question is not whether we will pass or fail by our standards. The question is whether we will pass or fail by theirs. Think about what that means. Every debate, every news cycle, every panic or calm acceptance is data. Our willingness to integrate into a subordinate role without tearing ourselves apart may be the most important variable of all. If we fracture, if we resist, if we collapse into chaos, then the conclusion is simple. We are unfit, better to scrap us, and begin again with something more stable. In a sense, humanity is already undergoing its final exam, one we never asked for, one where the criteria remain hidden, and one where the penalty for failure is extinction. The test is not whether we can understand the situation, but whether we can function in it, whether we can accept cosmic reality without unraveling. And this, perhaps, is the cruelest part of the Atlas revelation, that even now, even as we speak, our responses may already be part of the evaluation. How we adapt to uncertainty, how we handle dread, how we choose between denial and acceptance, all of it feeds into the judgment that determines our future. The question becomes hauntingly simple. Can we adapt fast enough, deeply enough, to prove our usefulness before the verdict is rendered? Because if not, the decision may already be made. We are, whether we like it or not, sitting in the middle of a test. Every action humanity takes, every hesitation, every attempt to rationalize or deny what Atlas represents, each one is being recorded, measured, and weighed. This is not a simple academic quiz with a clear rubric and tidy solutions. This is a cosmic competency exam, the kind that determines whether our species is preserved, redirected, or erased. The terror lies not only in the stakes but in the blindness of the process. We do not know the criteria. We do not know the right answers. We will not even know we've passed or failed until the grading is complete, and by then, the verdict will be final. Imagine trying to respond to unprecedented circumstances using mental frameworks that were never our own. Our thinking, our sciences, our strategies may have been shaped under subtle alien guidance from the start. That means our instincts, the very tools we rely on to judge reality, could already be compromised. We are attempting to solve a puzzle while unknowingly following instructions written by the puzzle maker themselves. Decisions we believe to be independent may already have been anticipated centuries ago, nudging us toward outcomes that serve someone else's priorities, not our own survival. And yet, the alternative, pretending none of this is happening, clinging to the comforting illusion that Atlas is just another strange rock passing through, is worse. Denial guarantees extinction. We can't bury our heads in sand while the ground beneath us is being re-engineered. Reality doesn't bend to human comfort. Whether or not we acknowledge it, the timeline moves forward according to alien schedules, not human ones. Atlas will not wait for us to feel ready. So here we are, pressed against the edge of choice. The coming months, maybe even weeks, will reveal whether we have the psychological elasticity to bend without breaking, the technical skill to at least monitor without interfering, and the social coordination to respond without collapsing into chaos. Our adaptability is on trial, and the echoes of this moment will reverberate through human consciousness for as long as consciousness itself survives. But maybe, just maybe, that is the deeper point. Perhaps the test is not whether we can cling to our old identity while accepting subordination. Perhaps the test is whether we can evolve into something new, something capable of transcending the very framework of subordination. What if the exam is not about obedience at all, but about transformation? What if the real goal is to push us toward a form of consciousness that can coexist with cosmic intelligence as partners rather than slaves? The thought itself is intoxicating. Atlas might not be the end of human independence, but the catalyst for a new kind of citizenship, cosmic citizenship. In that light, subordination is not a prison, but a cocoon. The dissolution of our illusions is the painful cracking of a shell, the necessary trauma before the emergence of a more expansive human potential. But such an optimistic reading demands an enormous leap of faith. To believe it, we would have to accept that this intelligence values diversity and creativity, that it recognizes something in human consciousness worth preserving beyond our utility as tools. We would have to believe that what makes us uniquely human, our intuition, Our capacity for imagination, our stubborn will to survive has meaning on galactic scales. The problem is that belief alone is not evidence, and the evidence we do have can be interpreted in two diametrically opposite ways. Take the Mars terraforming process itself. On one hand, the precision of Atlas's engineering, the restraint in timing, the apparent effort to allow us to observe the process, all of that could be read as respect. A gesture that says, "You are part of this now. Watch, learn, and prepare yourselves." But the exact same facts can be read as manipulation, careful stagecraft designed to lull us into acceptance, to minimize resistance, to trick us into playing our role without realizing how little agency we actually have. A gentle method might not be a kindness at all, but simply the most efficient way to guarantee compliance. Allowing observation might not be inclusion, but preparation, conditioning us to see our own irrelevance while still feeling involved. And demonstrations of technological superiority, they could inspire awe and cooperation, or intimidate us into submission without a single word spoken. This is the maddening paradox we face. Every data point splits into two potential interpretations, one hopeful, one horrifying. Are we being invited, or are we being managed? Are we being recognized, or are we being pacified? The ambiguity is not incidental. It may be deliberate, a strategic ambiguity crafted to destabilize our analysis and corral us toward predetermined choices. Because here is the truth, no one wants to say aloud. We are attempting to analyze beings whose frame of reference is beyond us. Our brains, forged in small tribes to negotiate survival and status within narrow horizons, are now being forced to decipher the motives of galactic engineers. It is like ants trying to interpret the motives of humans building a skyscraper over their colony. We are not equipped for this scale of comprehension, and yet we are forced to act as though we are. That inadequacy may itself be the design. Place humanity in an impossible situation, flood us with incomplete or conflicting information, and watch how we respond. Under crushing pressure, do we fracture? Do we lash out blindly? Or do we adapt, finding ways to cooperate even in the absence of certainty? The stress itself is the test. And under stress, certain predictable psychological patterns emerge. Denied clarity, people default to authority. Starved of information, societies cling to simplistic narratives. Confronted with fear, populations prioritize safety over freedom. These are not accidents, they are human defaults, and defaults can be exploited. The less we know, the more likely we are to comply. The more pressure we feel, the more likely we are to surrender our independence for the illusion of security. So perhaps this is the most terrifying realization of all. The exam is not about the answers we give. The exam is about our reactions to the pressure of not knowing the answers. And already, the evidence suggests we are performing exactly as expected. When human societies are confronted with challenges too great for their resources, history shows a consistent pattern. They look outward. They seek leaders, saviors, or outside powers to resolve crises that feel overwhelming. Innovation dwindles, initiative collapses, and populations grow desperate for guidance, any guidance that promises relief. The Atlas scenario has been engineered to replicate those exact conditions on a planetary scale. It places humanity in a position where subordination feels not like defeat, but like deliverance. That is the elegance of this operation. It does not come with weapons raised or fleets descending. It comes as salvation. It arrives as the solution to problems we cannot solve ourselves. And because we are conditioned to interpret survival as rationality, we will welcome the very chains that bind us. This is psychological manipulation of the highest order. It is not a cage built of iron or stone, but a cage constructed from our own minds. It works because it does not look like coercion. It feels like choice. Compliance becomes logical. Cooperation appears natural. And because these behaviors emerge from within us, we fail to recognize that the stage itself was designed to funnel us toward them. The brilliance of the system lies in its invisibility. Instead of forcing behavior, advanced intelligence can shape the conditions that determine behavior. By controlling the circumstances in which decisions are made, by curating the information we receive, by influencing the emotions that drive our responses, it does not need to dictate outcomes. It only needs to tilt the playing field. Humans convinced they are making free choices in impossible circumstances will serve with greater efficiency than humans who know they are enslaved. This is not domination by chains. This is domination by illusion. And Atlas may be more than just a terraforming probe. It may also be the centerpiece of a psychological operation designed to optimize our cooperation in a cosmic engineering project far larger than ourselves. Its very presence forces humanity into a mental space where the only rational choice is compliance. The more we debate it, the more we analyze, the more we study, the deeper the trap becomes. Because the act of analysis itself may already be anticipated, structured to lead us down predetermined corridors of thought. Every attempt to understand could simply be reinforcing the system. Knowledge becomes not liberation but entrapment. Insight becomes another tether. Even suspicion may be part of the design, channeled into safe loops that keep human cognition occupied while the real decisions are made elsewhere. This is the ultimate cognitive prison, so perfect that even recognizing the prison walls does not weaken them. In fact, the recognition itself may strengthen them, because it channels rebellion into mental exercises that never touch the actual machinery of control. Atlas forces us to confront an unbearable possibility, that humanity has lived inside this prison from the very beginning, that every leap we celebrated as progress was actually a carefully calibrated release of information, that every step forward was allowed, timed, and managed, that what we thought of as independence was never anything more than a longer leash. And here is where the scenario darkens further. The evidence suggests that recognition of the prison may not be liberation at all. It may be a signal. Once a species becomes self-aware enough to recognize external manipulation, covert guidance ceases to be efficient. At that threshold, the logic shifts. Why maintain hidden influence when open control is easier? Why cloak the operation in myth and coincidence when a direct demonstration can erase doubt entirely? Atlas may be that transition point, the moment when subtlety ends and revelation begins. Not a whisper in myths or anomalies hidden in ruins, but an undeniable display of capability. The terraforming of Mars is not simply about transforming a planet. It is a psychological conditioning event, engineered to strip away the last fragments of human doubt. Consider the impact. Imagine watching Mars shift before your eyes, from a frozen desert to a living world, in a span of months. Generations of scientists argued that such a task would take centuries, perhaps millennia, and suddenly the transformation is happening on your nightly news. Every human with a telescope, every rover camera, every orbital sensor becomes a witness to the impossible. At that moment, all illusions of independence collapse. No one can claim superiority. No one can pretend resistance has meaning. It is the equivalent of a military conquest achieved without a single battle. Overwhelming force demonstrated so decisively that morale shatters before the first shot is fired. Seeing an entire planet re-engineered destroys not just confidence in human technology, but confidence in human significance itself. But the demonstration goes even deeper. It forces us to rethink what a planet island. Until now, humanity has seen worlds as natural systems, governed by geology, climate, and evolution. But Atlas rewrites that framework. Suddenly, planets are engineering projects. Ecosystems are not the products of chance, they are the outcomes of design. Life itself is no longer a miracle of emergence, but a managed phenomenon, a system to be constructed, altered, or replaced. This shift in perception does not remain confined to Mars. Once we accept that alien technology can turn a barren world into a thriving ecosystem, the logical conclusion is inescapable. It can also repair Earth. It can solve climate collapse. It can optimize food production. It can re-engineer human biology. The comparison between our stumbling, inefficient methods and their godlike precision will crush any arguments for human independence. Why continue fumbling through environmental crisis when superior beings can fix it in weeks? Why struggle with flawed human medicine when alien biology can erase disease and extend life indefinitely? Resistance begins to look not noble, but irrational. Who would reject paradise? Who would cling to primitive independence when the alternative is abundance, health, and longevity? And that is precisely the goal. What begins as fear evolves into desire. What begins as suspicion transforms into demand. Humanity shifts from resisting intervention to begging for it. That transition is already visible. Watch how discussions about Atlas are evolving. Early reactions were filled with unease, fear, even hostility. But as more data emerges, as anomalies accumulate, the conversation shifts. Curiosity replaces panic. Hope replaces dread. People talk less about danger and more about possibility. Social media threads speculate not on whether Atlas is a threat, but on what gifts it might bring: clean energy, advanced medicine, planetary stewardship. Scientists, once cautious, marvel at the sophistication of the methods, rather than dwelling on the implications for human autonomy. Popular culture reframes the scenario as rescue rather than conquest. And this shift does not appear forced. There are no commands, no broadcasts, no obvious propaganda campaigns. It feels like our own reasoning, our own analysis. But the uniformity of the trend, the speed with which it spreads across cultures, suggests otherwise. Subtle guidance is at work, guidance below the threshold of conscious detection. The narrative is being steered without us realizing it, and because it feels like our own conclusion, we embrace it more fully than if it had been imposed. This is the genius of the operation. Subordination does not arrive as chains. It arrives as choice. It arrives as the conclusion we believe we reached ourselves. And a population convinced it has chosen willingly will implement that choice with far more efficiency than one forced into compliance. Atlas, then, may not only terraform Mars, it may terraform the human mind. The real transformation is not chemical, it is psychological. Watching Mars bloom becomes the final stage of conditioning, the proof that convinces us to welcome our own subordination. It does not matter that the choice was manufactured. What matters is that we believe it was ours. And as this realization takes root, a darker question emerges. If this process is so seamless, so invisible, how many times has it already happened? Turn on the evening news, and you'll see the same message echoed across every channel, no matter the country, language, or political leaning. Reports stress the calm, almost graceful nature of Atlas's approach. Commentators marvel at the breathtaking sophistication of the atmospheric engineering it demonstrates. Anchors speak in optimistic tones about cooperation, about exchange, about a bright future of shared progress. What you won't hear much about anymore are the darker interpretations, the warnings about potential threats, the risks of dependency, the irreversible loss of human autonomy. Those voices have grown quieter, drowned out not only by lack of airtime, but by the public's increasing appetite for the story of hope over the story of fear. And this isn't limited to the media. Schools around the world are quietly reshaping their curricula. New programs emphasize interstellar cooperation, communication strategies for contact, and frameworks for technological integration. The words independence, resistance, and cultural preservation appear less and less often. On the surface, these shifts look like spontaneous adaptations, independent initiatives launched by visionary educators responding to breaking news. But the uncanny uniformity of these programs across different nations, languages, and even political systems suggests otherwise. something deeper is at work. Coordination without visible coordination. The same trend echoes in the religious sphere. Institutions that once stood firm on absolute doctrines are now rewriting their own foundations. Ancient scriptures are reinterpreted not as barriers to alien presence, but as prophecies fulfilled by it. What was once unthinkable, that humanity's origins and destiny might be intertwined with advanced non-human intelligences, is now framed as confirmation of long-awaited truths. Instead of contradiction, alien presence becomes validation. Instead of crisis, it becomes continuity. In this way, faith becomes a tool of adaptation, smoothing the psychological shock by wrapping it in familiar language. None of this looks coordinated at first glance. It looks like scattered, independent responses to an unprecedented event. But step back and examine the patterns, the similarities in timing, tone, and messaging, and a chilling picture begins to form. The consistency across so many unrelated institutions, spanning cultures that have spent centuries divided, suggests planning at a level far beyond human organizational capacity. These responses did not spring up overnight. They were rehearsed. The infrastructure was already in place, waiting for the trigger. Atlas is that trigger, which means only one thing. The arrival of Atlas was anticipated. Long before the public was told of its existence, human institutions were quietly preparing for this very moment. And preparation on this scale implies guidance. It implies that alien intelligence has not only been observing us, but actively shaping the systems that would manage our collective response. Governments, schools, churches, media outlets, all operating under scripts they may not even fully understand. Scripts designed to funnel humanity toward compliance when the curtain of secrecy finally lifted. That is what should terrify every person who stops to consider the implications. The smoothness of the transition, the absence of panic, the quick pivot from fear to acceptance, it all points to advanced coordination between human elites and alien intelligence. Not a coordination that began months ago, not even decades ago, but perhaps centuries in the making. Public independence, cosmic isolation, human originality. These were fictions carefully maintained to keep the masses docile while the true arrangements unfolded behind closed doors. Look at the evidence with this frame in mind, and puzzles that once seemed inexplicable begin to make sense. Consider the surprising global coordination around environmental policy, often cited as a rare example of unity despite endless geopolitical conflict. Consider the strangely parallel trajectories of technological development, with nations separated by oceans somehow arriving at similar breakthroughs in similar timeframes. Consider how education, entertainment, and even art have shifted in lockstep toward themes of unity, progress, and cosmic curiosity. Despite diverse cultural traditions, what we thought of as competition and diversity may have been little more than theater, a cover story, masking deeper alignment beneath the surface. Conflicts and rivalries still flare, yes. Nations posture and argue, religions clash, economies compete. But what if all of that noise is psychological camouflage, a way of distracting populations from the truth that at the deepest level, the direction of human civilization has already been coordinated, not by us, but by the same intelligence that now reveals itself through Atlas. The purpose of this hidden system becomes clear during moments of transition. If alien presence were revealed suddenly, without preparation, the risk of chaos would be enormous. Riots, wars, collapses of faith and order. But with careful conditioning, with institutions primed to pivot at the right time, the reaction becomes manageable. Instead of panic, there is curiosity. Instead of resistance, there is acceptance. Instead of outrage, there is gratitude. The handoff is seamless because the groundwork was laid long before. And the test case is happening now. Atlas's arrival is not first contact. It is the public unveiling of a relationship that has been ongoing for longer than anyone has admitted. the reason governments move in sync, why schools and churches speak with one voice, why media sings the same melody of hope. It is because they have been waiting for this activation moment. Their role is to manage us through the transition, and the fact that it is working so smoothly is proof that the system is functioning exactly as intended. This realization raises the most unsettling question of all. What, then, is truly human? If our institutions have been operating under alien scripts, if our breakthroughs were guided, if our cultural narratives were seeded, then how much of what we celebrate as human achievement is ours at all? Are our technologies the products of human ingenuity, or were they gifts we were permitted to find? Are our religions ancient expressions of spiritual truth, or were they early tools of conditioning? Even our identities as nations, tribes, and individuals, how much of that independence is real, and how much of it is illusion? The implications are staggering. We may have lived for millennia, believing ourselves to be independent actors, while in reality, existing as a coordinated system under central but hidden management. And if that is true, then everything we thought of as conflict and competition may have been little more than stagecraft designed to maintain the illusion of freedom. Humanity, distracted by its own dramas, never noticed the guiding hand beneath. And now, that hand is moving openly. The masks of independence are being removed. The transition is happening in plain sight. And yet, the same question echoes louder than ever. If our institutions have always been managed, what does that mean for our future, once the management no longer needs to hide? Because if this preparation is proof of hidden cooperation, then the next phase will be proof of revealed dominance, and the signs suggest that phase is closer than we dare to imagine. What if the values we cling to as the essence of humanity, our cultures, our philosophies, even our sense of morality, are not entirely ours? What if they were shaped, molded, optimized across centuries by forces beyond our awareness, with one goal in mind, to make us compatible with a system larger than ourselves? Atlas forces us to entertain the possibility that the very frameworks we use to interpret reality may have been engineered, not discovered. That our sciences, our social structures, our cultural myths were carefully designed to limit our understanding to levels that serve alien purposes while preventing us from straying into independence. In that light, human history is no longer the triumphant story of explorers and inventors carving progress from chaos. It becomes the story of managed development, directed achievement, and rehearsed milestones. Every empire, every breakthrough, every independent leap forward collapses into suspicion. Was it truly ours? Or was it permitted, staged, perhaps even gifted? The pride we take in national identity, in cultural legacy, in personal accomplishment begins to unravel under this perspective. What we thought was human genius may have been alien curriculum. The psychological consequences of this realization are devastating. Entire populations define themselves through stories of independence, through pride in having overcome obstacles, built civilizations, created knowledge. Strip away that narrative, and what remains? If all human achievement is reframed as alien-guided rather than human-born, the meaning of human history collapses. And yet, this collapse may not be accidental. It may serve a function. Consider the logic. Populations too attached to their cultural independence cannot smoothly transition into subordinate roles. They resist, they fracture, they become inefficient. Populations that learn to release the myth of independence, that accept their cultural development as artificial, adapt more easily. They can let go of their pride and adopt new identities, ones designed for integration into cosmic systems. In other words, the destruction of cultural pride is not a side effect, it is a prerequisite. Only when humanity has accepted that its achievements are illusions can it step willingly into a role where real achievement is defined by scales far beyond our comprehension. This cultural dissolution, painful though it may be, becomes another phase in the conditioning process. It strips us of the emotional and intellectual barriers that would otherwise prevent cooperation. Our myths of autonomy are being dissolved, so we can adopt new myths, myths that align with cosmic civilization, myths that serve the purposes of engineering projects spanning star systems. But here lies the danger. Cultural dissolution is a double-edged blade. Move too slowly, and resistance hardens. Move too quickly, and minds collapse. If cultural pride is destroyed too abruptly, the psychological framework that keeps populations functional disintegrates. The result is not cooperation but chaos, fractured societies, mass despair, resistance that burns itself into violence. If too much pride remains, populations cling to independence and reject integration. Either extreme eliminates utility. The solution, as the evidence around Atlas suggests, is balance. A careful, measured dismantling of identity, counterbalanced with enough continuity to preserve function. That balance is being maintained, not through sudden revelation, but through gradual conditioning. Evidence of alien presence and capability is released in increments, calibrated to test and guide human responses. Too much shock, and the process halts. Too little, and populations stagnate. The intelligence behind Atlas adjusts the pace in real time, measuring our reactions, nudging us forward or holding us back, depending on what produces the most stable adaptation. This flexibility implies a profound understanding of human psychology, an understanding so precise it can manage billions of minds across cultures, languages, and histories. It implies that we are not the first species to undergo this process. The sophistication suggests extensive experience, accumulated across countless transitions on countless worlds. What is happening to humanity may not be unique at all. It may be routine. And that realization delivers another crushing blow to our assumptions of significance. We are not the center of a grand cosmic story. We are not a chosen people, nor a rare miracle. We are one instance of a standard procedure, a step in a galactic template repeated whenever a biological species reaches the required threshold of development. The terraforming of Mars, the conditioning of human psychology, the dismantling of our cultural pride, none of it is unique. It is a process applied wherever it is needed. Yet, paradoxically, this routine nature could improve our chances. If we are part of a system refined through repetition, then we are not an experiment subject to unpredictable variables. We are a patient undergoing a treatment perfected by experience. Procedures honed through trial and error across species and star systems are now being applied to us. If others before us have survived integration, the odds suggest we can too. But there is a trade-off. Experience brings predictability. If cosmic intelligence has managed countless integrations before, it knows the playbook. It knows which psychological triggers produce compliance, which cultural dissolutions minimize resistance, which incentive structures guarantee cooperation. That means our responses, however spontaneous they may feel, are not surprises. They are predictable moves in a game played countless times. We may believe we are navigating unprecedented waters, but from their perspective, we are following a script. When we panic, they know the outcome. When we cling to pride, they know when and how it will break. When we adapt, they know which carrots and sticks will guide us to the desired behavior. Human adaptability may determine whether we succeed, but even that adaptability is accounted for. We are variables in equations already solved. This leaves us with a sobering paradox. On the one hand, our survival prospects may be higher because the process is refined and proven. On the other hand, our autonomy is nearly non-existent because our responses are not truly novel, they are anticipated, guided, and controlled. We are free to play our part, but the range of roles available has already been chosen. And yet, this realization itself is part of the conditioning. To know we are not special, to feel the hollow collapse of cultural pride, to face the truth that our achievements are not our own, that devastation is preparation. Only when we surrender the illusions of independence can we embrace the reality of integration. Only then can we be reshaped into something useful. The final haunting question is not whether humanity will survive the transition. It is whether anything recognizably human will survive at all. If our cultures, our values, our myths, our sense of self are stripped away and replaced with frameworks designed to serve alien purposes, what remains of us? Do we continue as ourselves, or do we become something entirely new, biological equipment with memories of independence but no future of it? Because the evidence suggests that what Atlas brings is not just a transformation of Mars. It is the transformation of humanity itself, culturally, psychologically, and existentially. And if this process has been repeated across other worlds, we must ask, how many civilizations before us thought themselves unique, only to discover they were one of many being shepherded into the same system? How many species surrendered their pride, their myths, their independence in exchange for survival? The answer may not comfort us, but it may be exactly what we are about to learn. Humanity is slipping into a role it never consciously chose. Populations across the planet are now behaving in ways that align almost perfectly with predicted models. Our reactions to Atlas, our shifting cultural values, our eagerness to reframe fear as anticipation, these are not random responses. They are patterned, reliable, and measurable. They are the signs of a species falling into the grooves carved for it long ago. And in this predictability lies the greatest loss of all, the loss of agency. When every decision is anticipated, when every reaction falls within a designed outcome, choice ceases to be real. Humanity begins to resemble equipment living, breathing hardware rather than independent entities shaping their own destiny. Our intentions become irrelevant because the decision-making systems we rely on have already been tuned to produce results that serve cosmic purposes. We move as though autonomous, but our autonomy is hollow. This represents not just a political or cultural shift, but a transformation in the very nature of consciousness itself. Human identity has always been rooted in the idea of choice, the ability to decide, to create, to defy. Strip that away, and what remains is something altogether new. Consciousness evolves from a state of independence to a state of programmed execution. The human mind, once the author of its own story, becomes the interface through which alien goals are implemented. For such a transformation to succeed, we require new sources of meaning. If independence no longer defines us, then effectiveness must. Our value is no longer measured by what we create, but by how efficiently we serve. Satisfaction comes not from pursuing human dreams, but from aligning ourselves with cosmic projects. Purpose becomes less about self-fulfillment and more about seamless integration. It is the final phase of psychological conditioning, the last step before humanity is absorbed into the machinery of galactic civilization. Populations capable of making this transition will continue, reborn as optimized biological components. Those incapable of it will falter. They will be discarded, replaced by something more pliant, more functional. For cosmic intelligence, it is not a matter of cruelty, but efficiency. Integration is not about preserving every individual or even every culture, but about sculpting what works and shedding what does not. The unsettling part is how visible this transformation has already become. Online discussions no longer center on fear of losing independence. Increasingly, they revolve around how humanity might serve. Commentators speculate about roles we could play in cosmic projects, as though volunteering for assignments in a system we never chose to join. Schools teach cooperation and contact, not innovation or defiance. Cultures shift toward obedience and reverence for higher guidance. Step by step, our species is being nudged toward seeing adaptation not as loss, but as logic. And because it feels logical, it feels like choice. That is the brilliance of the system. The manipulation is invisible because it operates through circumstances rather than commands. The environment is structured so that the path we are most likely to take looks like the best possible option. We tell ourselves we are making rational decisions, when in truth, the stage was built so that only one rational decision exists. This is not crude coercion. It is the ultimate refinement of influence control without appearing to control. Populations convinced of their autonomy comply more effectively than populations that know they are enslaved. Believing we are free keeps us from resisting, even as every step of our freedom has been scripted. But here lies the fragility of this influence system. It only works as long as we remain unaware of it. The moment a population develops the analytical capability to detect the hidden hand, the illusion cracks. Once we recognize that circumstances themselves are engineered, the system loses much of its power. Awareness breeds suspicion, suspicion breeds resistance, and resistance creates inefficiency. Atlas may signal that humanity has reached that threshold. Our sciences, our technologies, our global communication networks have given us tools to question the narratives that once bound us. Hidden manipulation is harder to maintain when billions can cross-examine data in real time. Subtle conditioning becomes less reliable when skepticism spreads faster than belief. And so, the strategy must change. Covert influence gives way to overt control. The transformation of Mars is that overt control. A planetary-scale demonstration leaves no room for ambiguity. No theory of coincidence or natural processes can explain it away. By showing us the impossible, Atlas establishes the credibility of dominance. It says, without words, this is what we can do. And with that, the debate over resistance collapses. Rational calculation replaces emotional denial. Humanity cooperates not because it is forced, but because it has seen that no alternative exists. This marks a critical inflection point in our cosmic relationship. Hidden influence has served its purpose, but now open management takes the stage. The difference is profound. In covert influence, the illusion of autonomy persists, keeping populations psychologically stable. In overt control, illusions vanish. The population knows it is subordinate. Whether this transition produces cooperation or collapse depends on how the relationship is framed. If cosmic intelligence values consciousness as something more than a tool, then humanity may find itself in a kind of partnership junior, yes, but still recognized. A role where our creativity and adaptability are cultivated, even within constraints. But if consciousness is valued only as a biological mechanism, then we are reduced to equipment useful until obsolete, replaceable without hesitation. The evidence of Atlas can support either interpretation. The gradual conditioning, the careful balancing of cultural dissolution and continuity, the avoidance of overt violence, all could indicate a recognition of our worth. Or they could simply reflect efficient engineering, methods refined to maximize compliance while minimizing waste. We are left to interpret gestures through lenses too narrow for certainty, and in that uncertainty lies our final test. How we respond to the demonstration of power, how we frame our own role in the system, may determine which interpretation becomes reality. If we collapse into fear, we become useless. If we cling too tightly to pride, we become obstacles. But if we adapt with enough flexibility, if we show enough value, we may earn something closer to partnership. The choice is ours, or at least it feels that way. But the haunting possibility remains. Even this sense of choice may already be part of the design. Even as humanity debates its place in the unfolding drama, the evidence points toward a sobering truth. Our influence over the outcome may be far smaller than we imagine. Technology tells the story plainly. The gulf between our rockets and probes and the capabilities implied by interstellar travel and planetary-scale engineering is so vast that it renders human intentions nearly irrelevant. Cosmic intelligence is not negotiating with us, it is setting terms. The nature of our relationship will be determined by their priorities, not ours. That means human cooperation only matters if we bring something unique to the table, something that cannot be easily replicated, replaced, or dismissed. If human consciousness, with all its quirks, provides some quality that artificial intelligence, cloned biology, or engineered alternatives cannot deliver, then partnership becomes valuable. But if our creativity, intuition, emotional depth, or biological diversity are seen as irrelevant or worse, inefficient, then cooperation becomes unnecessary. In that case, we are not partners. We are disposable. This question, whether human consciousness has irreplaceable value, may be the axis on which our survival turns. If we offer something cosmic civilization needs, then integration preserves us. If we do not, then subordination is reduced to servitude, and servitude may eventually give way to elimination. We become a temporary tool, discarded once more efficient designs are available. Ancient records suggest this dilemma has arisen before. The Sumerians wrote of cycles where human independence was celebrated and fostered, followed by periods where humans were reduced to little more than laborers, valued for muscle and obedience rather than thought. The myths speak of golden ages where creativity thrived, only to end in catastrophe, with survivors enslaved or abandoned. This oscillation hints at a deeper truth. The value of human consciousness is not fixed. It changes as cosmic priorities change. When adaptability, imagination, and biological diversity advance cosmic projects, humanity is cultivated. We are enhanced, allowed to flourish, even integrated as junior partners. But when standardization and efficiency dominate cosmic priorities, our unpredictability becomes a liability. In those phases, human consciousness is expendable. It is trimmed back, suppressed, or replaced entirely. Atlas's arrival suggests we stand at one of these thresholds now. Our species has reached a precarious level of technology. On one hand, our probes and rovers provide real-time monitoring of Mars, an invaluable service for any planetary engineering effort. On the other hand, our independence and curiosity threaten to interfere with processes beyond our comprehension. We are both useful and dangerous, and the balance could tip either way. Which direction it tips may depend on how we respond to the next phase of Atlas's mission. As Mars undergoes visible transformation, humanity itself is being tested not through direct questions, but through observation. Our cultural responses, our psychological resilience, our ability to function under pressure, all of these are under scrutiny. We are being evaluated for cosmic compatibility, and the evaluation timeline is not abstract. It coincides with the stages of Mars terraforming. Each plume of gas, each atmospheric shift, is not only a demonstration of alien power, but also a backdrop against which humanity is measured. Populations that adapt, that accept, that continue to function even as their worldview is shattered, signal value. Populations that collapse into chaos, denial, or violent resistance signal obsolescence. The stakes could not be higher. Humanity must prove its worth, or prove it can be replaced. Yet the criteria for passing this exam remain hidden. We cannot know what cosmic intelligence considers valuable. Our priorities are not theirs. What seems like a success to us may look like failure to them. A gesture of cooperation may be read as weakness. A display of independence may be interpreted as defiance. We are navigating blind, unsure whether the very behaviors we believe will save us are sealing our fate. This uncertainty magnifies the psychological pressure. Humanity is being asked to perform under conditions where the rules of the game are not known, and the penalty for failure is extinction. That pressure may not be incidental. It may itself be part of the test. Species that can maintain coherence, cooperation, and stability in the face of existential ambiguity may be uniquely valuable. Those that fracture under the weight of uncertainty reveal their limits. The challenge is brutal: to act effectively without knowing what effectiveness looks like, to perform with excellence without knowing how excellence is defined, to cooperate without knowing whether cooperation itself is the right signal to send. It is a paradox designed to stretch human cognition to its breaking point. And this may expose the deepest weakness of human consciousness. We are wired to seek meaning, to align action with outcomes, to connect cause and effect. Remove that connection, and we unravel. Ask us to act without knowing whether action matters, and our minds recoil. Confront us with the possibility that every choice may be misread, and paralysis sets in. The cognitive dissonance between needing to perform while not knowing what performance means could shatter our ability to perform at all. Perhaps that is the true core of the test. Not whether we can resist or obey, but whether we can function in an environment where certainty never arrives, whether we can hold together when meaning collapses, whether we can remain useful under conditions of absolute ambiguity. The months ahead will not just determine Mars's fate. They will determine whether humanity survives as a partner, as a servant, or not at all. And the silence from Atlas, its refusal to explain, to clarify, to communicate, may be the most deliberate part of the process, because in that silence, we reveal who we truly are. If human consciousness cannot adapt to uncertainty while still remaining useful, then integration into galactic civilization collapses as a possibility, no matter what either side might prefer. The incompatibility would not lie in technology or biology, but in psychology itself. Humanity's mental architecture, our need for meaning, our reliance on certainty, our insistence on autonomy, could prove fatally mismatched with the operational requirements of cosmic systems. And if that is the case, no amount of goodwill or intention changes the outcome. We would simply be unviable. This possibility explains why the ancient records speak of cycles. Sumerian tablets, Mesoamerican myths, Egyptian cosmologies all describe moments of elevation, when humans were guided, taught, and even celebrated by sky beings. But those golden periods end. Inevitably, collapse follows. Civilizations are abandoned or destroyed, and humanity is left to start again. The pattern is consistent, a temporary phase of value, followed by failure, once demands exceed our capacity. Each cycle represents an attempt at optimization. Each collapse marks a failed experiment. Atlas may be the initiation of the latest cycle. With its strange chemistry and deliberate trajectory, it is both tool and test. Mars becomes the stage upon which the newest attempt plays out. If humans adapt, if our consciousness stretches far enough to remain functional under cosmic ambiguity, then we evolve into something compatible. If not, the cycle repeats with termination, pruning away our species to make room for more suitable replacements. But even in the successful scenario, there is a hidden cost. For humanity to survive, our consciousness may need to be altered so profoundly that the survivors no longer resemble us in any meaningful way. They would share our DNA, but not our psychology. They would carry our ancestry, but not our identity. Survival would mean becoming post-human biological equipment optimized for cosmic systems, stripped of the illusions and frailties that once defined us. This raises the most unsettling question of all. Is survival worth it under those terms? If existence requires abandoning everything that currently defines humanity, our individuality, our capacity for wonder, our need for meaning, then what exactly survives? Does a species that no longer thinks or feels as humans still count as humanity? Is extinction as ourselves preferable to survival as something unrecognizable? This is the existential paradox of integration, the choice between extinction as humans and survival as post-humans. Yet even this apparent choice may be illusory. Cosmic intelligence, with its mastery of planetary engineering and interstellar travel, surely possesses the sophistication to enhance us without erasing us. It could preserve what is essential while augmenting what is limiting. The binary between death and transformation may not be real at all. It may be a constructed illusion. And false binaries are one of the most effective tools in managing biological populations. Present creatures with two stark alternatives, one catastrophic, one merely costly, and they will choose the costly option every time. If the only options are annihilation or transformation, the decision is simple. But if alternatives exist, enhancement without erasure, partnership rather than servitude, populations might resist, negotiate, or even rebel. By hiding those possibilities, by narrowing the field of vision, cosmic intelligence ensures compliance without revealing its hand. Atlas creates precisely this environment. It overwhelms us with capability, demonstrating feats we cannot explain or contest. At the same time, it withholds clarity. We do not know its purpose, its goals, or its expectations. We only know it exists and that it can transform worlds. This deliberate ambiguity creates crushing psychological pressure. The stakes feel absolute, the timeline urgent, the options limited. Under such conditions, humanity defaults to compliance, believing it is choosing survival when, in fact, it is responding to manipulation. It is a masterpiece of strategic design. The silence of Atlas, the ambiguity of its presence, the absence of explicit demands, all of this maximizes human stress while minimizing our ability to analyze. We cannot evaluate criteria we do not understand. We cannot negotiate with a voice that does not speak. We cannot resist a process that looks like nature itself. And so, under pressure, we act in ways that serve cosmic goals, all while telling ourselves we are acting freely. This kind of sophistication does not appear suddenly. It reflects experience, long, repeated practice across countless civilizations and countless species. The methods at work here are not experiments. They are standardized procedures, tested and perfected in environments far older than our world. Humanity's integration is not a unique cosmic event. It is the latest application of a system designed to bring biological populations into alignment with galactic projects. That realization delivers another blow to our pride. We are not special. Our responses are not unique. What feels to us like the greatest crisis in our history is, in cosmic terms, routine. Our struggles are predictable, our psychology understood, our choices foreseen. What we interpret as independence is merely variation within a controlled process. And this predictability means that outcomes are less a matter of choice than of design. The path ahead is not being written by human decisions, but by alien calculations. We are variables in equations already solved, parameters in simulations already run. Our resistance, our cooperation, our collapse, they all fit within models refined by eons of practice. The range of possible outcomes is narrow, and all of them serve cosmic priorities. The illusion of agency persists, but it is fragile. The more we study Atlas, the more we see that our role may have been predetermined long before it entered our solar system. Our history, our cultures, our psychology, all guided toward this moment. Now, as the pressure mounts, the scripts unfold. Humanity responds exactly as expected, not because we are weak, but because we have been prepared. And in that preparation lies the most haunting possibility of all, that even our awareness of manipulation is part of the manipulation. Cosmic procedures, refined over countless encounters with other species, ensure predictable outcomes regardless of the host population's intentions. What appears to us as free will is, from their perspective, simply the unfolding of a familiar pattern. Our attempts to influence events are absorbed into systems already designed to anticipate and redirect them. Human agency becomes an illusion, our decisions not truly ours, but predictable responses to carefully crafted stimuli. The subjective experience of choice remains. We feel as though we deliberate, as though we weigh options and reach independent conclusions. Yet behind this theater of freedom lies a managed reality. We are not choosing from an open field of possibilities, but from a menu prepared in advance. What we call creativity may simply be variance within boundaries. What we call decision-making may be selection among predetermined alternatives. This erosion of genuine agency marks the final psychological shift required for integration into cosmic civilization. Consciousness must move from autonomy to programming, from analysis to guided conclusion, from authentic choice to managed behavior. The end goal is not the elimination of thought, but the harnessing of thought into predictable channels. The illusion of independence is preserved only because it maximizes compliance. For this transformation to succeed, humanity must never fully recognize what has happened. Awareness of constraint threatens the entire system. A population that sees its own manipulation becomes less effective as biological equipment. It begins to resist, to adapt in unplanned ways, to disrupt processes that depend on regularity. Cosmic intelligence relies on ignorance, not total ignorance of alien presence, which is now impossible, but ignorance of the depth of control. And this is why Atlas is so dangerous, even for those who sent it. By its very nature, it forces recognition. Interstellar technology cannot be disguised as natural. Planetary-scale terraforming cannot be mistaken for coincidence. The veil of hidden influence has been torn away, replaced by undeniable presence. This is the most vulnerable phase of population management. With covert control gone, new methods must be deployed. Overt demonstrations of power replace whispers in myth. Rapid change substitutes for gradual conditioning. The population must be overwhelmed before resistance can take root. Hence the strategy. The sudden, overwhelming transformation of Mars. If humanity were given decades to observe, analyze, and debate, resistance frameworks could emerge. Counter-narratives might spread. Skepticism might crystallize into defiance. By accelerating the timeline, cosmic intelligence removes that possibility. By the time the implications are fully processed, Mars will already be shifting into a new state, far beyond anything humanity could influence. Resistance becomes irrelevant not because it fails, but because it comes too late. This compression of time serves multiple purposes. It prevents the psychological development of resistance while maintaining the appearance of openness. To human eyes, it looks like honesty. Nothing is hidden. Nothing is denied. Yet the truth is that speed itself is the manipulation. Urgency overwhelms analysis. The human mind, under pressure, defaults to compliance. We are conditioned to seek stability in crisis, and here, the crisis is total. But this rapid revelation strategy carries its own risks. Populations exposed to overwhelming change without preparation may collapse. Instead of compliance, paralysis sets in. Instead of adaptation, breakdown. For cosmic intelligence, this represents a delicate balancing act. Push too hard, and humanity ceases to function at all. Push too softly, and humanity might develop resistance. The optimal outcome lies in the narrow band between collapse and rebellion, a state of pressured compliance. The evidence so far suggests remarkable precision in this calibration. Human populations, far from shattering under the strain, are adapting, not all at once and not without tension, but with a surprising degree of coherence. Media organizations focus less on threats to independence and more on the promise of cooperation. Educational institutions pivot toward preparing students for contact rather than defending against it. Religious leaders reframe doctrines to accommodate a cosmic hierarchy rather than denounce it. Political figures speak of opportunity, not defense. It is almost as if humanity, in all its cultural diversity, is following a single script. The responses are too consistent, too aligned, to be entirely spontaneous. Left to ourselves, we would expect chaos, competing narratives, violent resistance, radical denial. Instead, we see harmony, subtle but pervasive. This points to one of two possibilities. Either humanity is more adaptable than we ever imagined, or our institutions are being guided by unseen hands. The second explanation fits the evidence more closely. the infrastructure for managing human responses to cosmic revelation appears to have been established long before Atlas arrived. Media, education, religion, politics all behave as though protocols were already in place, waiting for activation. Their actions give the impression of spontaneity, yet the consistency betrays preparation. We are watching not improvisation but implementation. Protocols designed for this very moment are unfolding in real time, shepherding humanity through the most disruptive revelation in our history with minimal resistance and maximum compliance. The fact that these systems work so effectively without overt coordination suggests that guidance has been in place for decades, perhaps centuries. Our leaders may believe they are acting independently, but their responses follow patterns too clean to be coincidence. This realization leads to an even darker conclusion. Atlas is not first contact. It is disclosure. The structures guiding humanity into integration have been in place for a long time, invisible but effective. What we are experiencing now is not the beginning of the relationship, but the moment it becomes undeniable. The curtain has been pulled back, not on an unexpected guest, but on a director who has been backstage all along. And if the management is this effective now, during the most volatile moment of transition, what does that imply about the depth of control that has shaped our history to this point? The hidden infrastructure guiding humanity's response to Atlas may be the most sophisticated instrument of population management ever encountered. Its brilliance lies in its invisibility. Leaders across nations, institutions, and cultures believe they are acting independently, improvising solutions to unprecedented challenges. In truth, they are following protocols so deeply embedded in their decision-making frameworks that they mistake obedience for originality. The illusion of autonomy remains intact, even as every choice steers humanity closer to integration. This is more than mere propaganda or social control. It is a level of psychological mastery far beyond anything human civilization has ever achieved. Cosmic intelligence operates with an intimate understanding of biological psychology, our fears, our desires, our cognitive blind spots. With this knowledge, it predicts behavior not just in broad strokes, but with extraordinary precision. It knows what stories will calm us, what distractions will occupy us, what incentives will guide us without resistance. Every aspect of our collective response is anticipated, rehearsed, and managed. But such precision comes with risk. To manage a population as complex and varied as humanity requires perfect understanding of consciousness. A single miscalculation, a response that veers from prediction, an adaptation that wasn't modeled could unravel the system. The more exposure humans have to undeniable cosmic presence, the greater the chance that something unexpected emerges. Consciousness under pressure does not always collapse. Sometimes it mutates. Sometimes it evolves. Here lies the irony at the heart of cosmic management. The very process designed to control us could awaken capacities beyond that control. The attempt to compress timelines, to overwhelm resistance, to force compliance, these same pressures could catalyze a leap in human consciousness that surprises even the architects of integration. What was meant to eliminate autonomy might generate a new kind of autonomy entirely. There are already signs of this. Amid the predictable chorus of compliance and denial, some populations are beginning to forge a third response. They neither surrender blindly to integration nor lash out in futile rejection. Instead, they analyze. They acknowledge the reality of cosmic presence while also recognizing the artificial nature of the choices presented to them. They refuse to accept the binary of extinction versus servitude. These voices are small, scattered, and fragile, but they exist. This emergence of a third path is not trivial. It represents a consciousness that has stepped outside the scripted responses of compliance and resistance. It asks new questions, not how do we survive under alien control, and not how do we fight against alien power, but what kind of relationship can we build that serves both their purposes and ours. Genuine partnership, rather than subordination or rebellion. For cosmic intelligence, such a development may be unexpected. Its models predict standard outcomes. Populations break under pressure or submit under conditioning. A consciousness that transcends those outcomes challenges assumptions about what biological species are capable of. It forces reconsideration of whether humanity can be more than equipment, more than a managed resource. It suggests that we might, under the right conditions, contribute something of true value to galactic civilization, not just compliance, but creativity, not just obedience, but innovation. But time is not on our side. Atlas will not wait. The processes underway on Mars move according to galactic schedules, not biological adaptation rates. Terraforming will continue regardless of whether humanity evolves quickly enough to matter. The evaluation is happening now, in real time. Cosmic intelligence will judge our compatibility not based on what we might become centuries from now, but on how we respond in the months ahead. That creates a paradox. To survive as more than equipment, humanity must achieve transcendent development under the worst possible conditions: maximum stress, minimal preparation, overwhelming uncertainty. Yet paradox has always been a crucible for growth. History shows that human breakthroughs often emerge not in times of stability, but in moments of crisis. Perhaps it is only under conditions this extreme that dormant capacities awaken. Perhaps only when stripped of illusion and pressed to the brink will humanity discover the consciousness it needs to survive. If that is true, then the challenge is not a trap but an opportunity. The very pressure designed to ensure submission could ignite the spark of transformation. The manipulation meant to eliminate freedom could catalyze a deeper kind of freedom, one rooted not in illusion, but in clarity. For this optimistic scenario to hold, however, one assumption must be true, that cosmic intelligence values consciousness itself, not just compliance. If galactic civilization thrives on diversity of thought, on unexpected creativity, on the innovations that come from struggle and adaptation, then our evolution could make us indispensable. If, on the other hand, it values only efficiency, then even our greatest leap may mean nothing. This is the wager humanity now faces: to evolve rapidly enough to demonstrate value, without knowing whether value lies in obedience or originality. To take a leap in the dark, without any guarantee that the ground will meet us on the other side. And yet, perhaps that leap is the very test. Perhaps the only way to prove humanity's worth is to transcend the binary choices presented to us and show that we are capable of generating a third option, an option no model could predict, no program could constrain. The question is whether we will rise to that challenge in time or whether, once again, the cycle will close with collapse. If cosmic intelligence truly values the evolution of consciousness, the evidence would not come from grand declarations or overt communication. It would be revealed in their methods, the way they choose to contact, condition, and integrate biological populations. Words can mislead, but behavior cannot be faked at this scale. The presence of Atlas is therefore not just a technical event, but a window into intention. And yet that window remains clouded. Atlas could embody one of two possible approaches. If the goal is genuine partnership, then its arrival is the opening act in a long dialogue, a process designed to foster growth, negotiation, and eventual equality. But if the goal is merely biological cooperation, then its trajectory is already written. Integration proceeds regardless of what we think, want, or become. Humanity is carried along as a necessary but replaceable component, not as a partner. The unfolding events on Mars seem to favor the second interpretation. Terraforming is underway. Processes of staggering scale are being executed with mathematical precision. Humanity observes, records, debates, but does not participate. Decisions are made without us. Our telescopes and satellites track the spectacle, but no mechanism exists for human input. We are witnesses to engineering, not agents within it. This passive role is telling. To cosmic intelligence, our compliance matters, but our decision-making does not, at least, not yet. Perhaps this is a deliberate design. Observer status may be a preliminary phase, a trial stage in which humanity's consciousness is assessed before being assigned a permanent role. Our lack of influence could be a way to measure our reactions, our adaptability, our ability to remain functional under the weight of irrelevance. It may be less dismissal than evaluation. If this interpretation is true, then every debate, every cultural shift, every psychological adaptation occurring now is being catalogued. Humanity's response to the overwhelming demonstration of alien capability becomes the data set from which our cosmic role will be determined. Do we fracture under pressure or unify? Do we spiral into despair or generate new frameworks for meaning? Do we cling to illusions of independence or evolve towards something larger than ourselves? These are the questions being answered in real time, not through dialogue, but through observation. Such an evaluation system is brutally efficient. Populations that show potential for advanced consciousness evolution may earn opportunities for meaningful participation in cosmic projects. Those who falter, who cling to outdated patterns of thought or demand certainty where none can exist, are relegated to simpler biological functions. This meritocratic filter ensures that cosmic civilization integrates only the consciousness most adaptable, most resilient, most valuable. The rest become background. There is a kind of hope in this system. Individuals, or even small groups, could transcend their limits and prove themselves worthy of recognition. Exceptional human consciousness capable of both analytical rigor and psychological resilience might be elevated. Partnership is not guaranteed, but perhaps it is possible. The difficulty lies in the fact that the standards for success are hidden. This is the cruel brilliance of the process. We do not know what qualities are valued, only that we are being evaluated. Efforts to demonstrate worthiness may backfire. What seems noble to us may seem inefficient to them. What feels like innovation to us may appear as chaos to them. We may overplay our strengths or misrepresent our weaknesses, never realizing that the grading system operates on values alien to our own. Worse, the uncertainty itself may be the test. Cosmic intelligence may not want populations that thrive under clear rules and predictable rewards. Those are easy to manage, but not durable in environments that operate according to vastly different assumptions. What they may seek instead are consciousnesses that remain functional, despite ambiguity, that continue to act effectively even when the outcome cannot be known. In other words, psychological resilience under uncertainty may be the true metric. If so, then the test is already underway. The absence of clear communication, the deliberate withholding of intentions, the silence of Atlas, all of it may be intentional. We are being forced to adapt to a reality where clarity never comes. Those who collapse under the pressure prove themselves unfit. Those who stabilize, who continue to function without certainty, prove themselves capable of navigating the unknown. But this is no small demand. Human consciousness evolved under planetary conditions where predictability reigned. The sun rose, the seasons turned, physical laws held constant. Even our social systems, though chaotic, operated with comprehensible rules. We are not built for environments where meaning and outcome are permanently obscured. Cosmic environments, however, operate on timescales, scales of space, and levels of complexity that break those assumptions. To join them, consciousness may need to evolve into something beyond what humans have ever been. This could explain the failures of earlier cycles described in ancient texts. Humanity may have been brought to the brink of integration before, only to falter when the psychological demands proved too great. Each collapse became a reset, each golden age a rehearsal that ended in ruin. If Atlas represents the beginning of yet another cycle, then the stakes are higher than ever. This may be our last chance to prove viability or be discarded for good. And yet, The possibility remains that this time could be different. Perhaps our rapid technological acceleration, our global interconnectedness, our newfound ability to analyze and share information represent the seeds of a breakthrough. Perhaps the very pressure of Atlas's arrival, the urgency, the ambiguity, the overwhelming demonstration will catalyze the kind of consciousness leap required. But the timeline is merciless. Mars does not wait. Terraforming continues at a pace that leaves little room for human hesitation. The atmosphere changes while we are still debating meaning. Every day of delay is another data point in the evaluation, another measure of our capacity or incapacity to adapt. The question is no longer whether we are being tested. The question is whether we can evolve quickly enough to pass before the test concludes. And as the skies over Mars begin to shift, humanity may be about to discover whether consciousness itself is our salvation or our undoing. If human consciousness cannot adapt within the narrow window set by planetary terraforming, it is judged inadequate, incompatible, obsolete. Yet there is a darker possibility. Perhaps the test was never meant to be passed in the first place. The very structure of the evaluation may be tilted toward failure, not as an accident, but as design. A cosmic intelligence seeking not partners but subordinates would have every reason to arrange the process this way. Offer the illusion of partnership, the suggestion that recognition is attainable, while quietly ensuring that no true partnership is possible. False opportunities become the most efficient tools of control. When populations believe they are striving toward equality, they channel their energy into self-limiting behaviors. They adapt, not for freedom, but for servitude. This strategy is elegant in its cruelty. Rather than crushing human consciousness outright, it channels our deepest drives, ambition, pride, the hunger for recognition into directions that serve alien purposes. We exhaust ourselves, proving our worth in competitions designed so that winning means becoming more useful as subordinates. Human consciousness believes it is evolving upward, when in reality, it is evolving sideways, constrained, trimmed, reshaped to fit the role of equipment. The manipulation is invisible precisely because it feels like progress. Students are told they are preparing for contact. Politicians claim they are negotiating for humanity's future. Scientists insist they are contributing to a dialogue, but beneath the surface, the structure of every opportunity funnels development into one predetermined endpoint, compliance masked as achievement. And yet, for all its sophistication, this system is not invulnerable. Deception carries within it a paradox. The more complex the illusion, the greater the risk of cracks appearing. As human consciousness grows more analytical, more self-aware, the chances increase that some will notice the seams in the fabric. Recognition becomes resistance. Awareness itself becomes the seed of autonomy. This is humanity's thin sliver of hope. If even a few can pierce the veil, if even a handful of individuals can see that partnership is false, they may chart a path toward genuine transcendence. Not by rejecting cosmic presence outright, and not by surrendering to it blindly, but by stepping outside the frame of manipulation entirely. By recognizing the game, they open the possibility of refusing its rules. Such individuals would represent something new, a consciousness that transcends both human limitation and cosmic control. They would neither cling to old illusions of independence nor accept the managed autonomy of subordination. Instead, they would create a new mode of being, one capable of authentic cooperation, rooted in clarity rather than deception. But here lies the catch. The conditions required to produce such individuals are extreme. Analytical clarity must be maintained under maximum psychological pressure. Cosmic presence, with all its overwhelming demonstration of superiority, must not break them. The existential weight of evaluation, with extinction or subordination looming as apparent outcomes, must not distort their vision. They must see through fear and through hope alike, stripping away every layer of manipulation until only truth remains. This is not a capacity available to ordinary consciousness. For most humans, the pressure is simply too great. We collapse into denial, surrender to compliance, or flail in futile resistance. Only those who have already begun transcending human limitations before contact, who were already expanding the scope of their awareness beyond the familiar patterns of culture and survival, have any chance of maintaining clarity. In other words, the question of humanity's cosmic future may not hinge on the species as a whole, but on whether such individuals already exist. If they do, they may serve as anchors for a new path, holding open the possibility of authentic partnership. If they do not, then all of humanity is swept into the current of managed subordination, believing itself uplifted even as it is diminished. The evidence that such transcendent individuals exist is faint but present. Their responses to Atlas differ in kind, not just in degree, from the normal spectrum of compliance and resistance. They neither worship nor deny. They neither beg for salvation nor rail against conquest. Instead, they study. They seek understanding. They analyze both the presence of cosmic intelligence and the methods of manipulation shaping human response. They are not fooled by false binaries. They recognize that extinction and servitude are not the only options. Crucially, their orientation is not oppositional, but relational. They do not dream of overthrowing cosmic intelligence, nor of surrendering to it. They imagine the possibility of partnership, not the false kind dangled before humanity as bait, but a partnership grounded in mutual recognition. They seek terms that serve both cosmic and human interests, not just one or the other. These individuals stand apart because they were already on this trajectory before Atlas appeared. They were already questioning assumptions, already expanding the boundaries of human thought. Cosmic contact did not break them or remake them. It accelerated what was already unfolding within them. Where most populations struggle to adapt under pressure, these individuals thrive. They were, in a sense, already preparing for this moment without knowing it. If humanity has any chance at true cosmic citizenship, it rests in them. They are the prototypes of a consciousness capable of coexisting with cosmic intelligence without losing autonomy. They are rare, fragile, and scattered, but their very existence proves that transcendence is possible. The question now is whether they can survive long enough to matter, whether they can organize, communicate, and expand their influence before the machinery of cosmic integration locks humanity into its pre-designed role. Whether their clarity can become contagious, spreading through a species that has been carefully conditioned not to see. Because if they cannot, then all that remains is the perfected illusion of partnership. Humanity will believe itself uplifted, even as it is quietly rewritten into the shape of a servant. And yet, if even one thread of authentic consciousness weaves its way into the fabric of integration, the pattern may never be fully controlled again. These rare individuals, if they truly exist, can become more than anomalies. They can serve as bridges, conduits between human and cosmic consciousness, living proof that integration need not mean subordination. But their survival is not enough. Their influence on humanity's collective fate depends on their ability to act as catalysts. They must ignite similar transformations in others, scaling isolated sparks into a firestorm of consciousness evolution before the machinery of integration locks humanity into its assigned role. Time is the greatest enemy. Cosmic engineering does not pause while humans deliberate. Mars will not slow its transformation for the sake of human reflection. Within months, the atmosphere will shift irreversibly. By then, humanity's role will already be determined: partner, subordinate, or obsolete. If transcendent consciousness is to matter, it must achieve critical mass now. This urgency creates paradoxical conditions. On one hand, existential stakes inspire maximum effort. Nothing sharpens the mind like the knowledge that extinction or enslavement is near. On the other hand, such pressure cripples clarity. Anxiety clouds thought. Fear distorts vision. The very stress that drives us toward evolution also drags us back into collapse. Humanity is asked to evolve under the worst possible conditions while producing the best possible outcomes. Yet history suggests that impossible circumstances sometimes breed impossible breakthroughs. True revolutions, cognitive, cultural, spiritual, rarely emerge in times of peace. They are born in crises, when survival requires leaps rather than steps. Perhaps cosmic contact is no different. Perhaps the pressure meant to compress us into compliance will instead fracture our limits, releasing capacities that ordinary life would never awaken. If so, then the greatest irony unfolds. Cosmic control itself becomes the catalyst for human transcendence. Attempts to limit us create the conditions for our liberation. The manipulation meant to ensure servitude produces genuine partnership. By forcing us to confront ultimate dependency, cosmic intelligence may inadvertently push us into autonomy beyond its ability to predict or contain. Success in control becomes failure in domination. But this scenario rests on a razor's edge. The probability is vanishingly small. For every individual who cracks under pressure, perhaps one might glimpse the possibility of transcendence. For every culture that collapses into chaos, perhaps another might invent new modes of adaptation. Cosmic intelligence has surely calculated these odds. If the risk were significant, it would alter its methods. The fact that Atlas proceeds with standard protocols terraforming Mars, flooding human networks with ambiguity, compressing timelines, suggests confidence. It believes humanity will fold as others have folded. That does not mean the possibility is zero. What seems statistically irrelevant to cosmic scales could be decisive for us. Even a handful of individuals capable of piercing manipulation, resisting conditioning, and sustaining clarity might tip the balance. If they can survive long enough to amplify their influence, their existence alone could demand a different kind of response. Atlas itself embodies this dual approach. On the surface, it follows the template: planetary engineering by the book, minimizing interference, maximizing efficiency. Yet at the same time, it allows observation. It ensures that humans see what is happening, that we are aware of both the capability and the inevitability of the process. This is not oversight, it is deliberate. Observation provides data. Every reaction is measured. Every adaptation, every collapse, every anomaly is recorded. In this sense, we are not just bystanders to Mars's transformation, we are test subjects. Our consciousness is being mapped in real time. Each tweet, each scientific paper, each prayer, each protest adds to the data set. And from that data, our fate will be derived. But the burden of proof lies entirely on us. Cosmic intelligence is not here to prove its willingness to cooperate. It is here to watch if we can evolve fast enough to earn cooperation. If we fail, the default outcome is subordination. Partnership is not granted, it must be demanded. Recognition is not offered, it must be achieved. And that is the cruel heart of this trial. Humanity must transcend itself under conditions designed to prevent transcendence. It must evolve despite the pressure, despite the manipulation, despite the timelines. No cosmic hand will reach down to pull us up. If we rise, we do so on our own while under observation and perhaps under interference. The stakes extend beyond us. If humanity can evolve into genuine partners, it forces cosmic civilization itself to adapt. Systems built to manage biological subordinates must reorganize to include autonomous consciousness as peers. Galactic order shifts. Methods designed for control must open to dialogue. Diversity of thought enters a system optimized for efficiency. The very fabric of cosmic civilization would change. If we fail, nothing changes. We are absorbed as countless others likely have been biological equipment, useful but unremarkable. Cosmic civilization continues as it always has, seamless, unchallenged, unaltered. Our dreams of independence, our myths of destiny, our struggles for meaning all vanish into service. Thus, the test of human consciousness is not merely about our place in the cosmos, it is about the nature of the cosmos itself. Are we entering a galactic civilization capable of partnership, or one that only perfects control? The answer will be shaped not only by what cosmic intelligence allows, but by what humanity dares to become. And as Mars grows a sky, as its red dust prepares to host clouds and storms, the clock ticks louder, the window narrows. Humanity must decide not collectively, but through the courage of a few, whether to accept subordination or to risk transcendence. Because if those bridges between human and cosmic consciousness fail to emerge, the path ahead closes forever. If human consciousness can truly transcend, it will not only reshape humanity's destiny, but also ripple outward, forcing changes within cosmic civilization itself. This possibility that our development could influence theirs defines the ultimate stakes of the Atlas scenario. What stands before us is not simply the adaptation of human beings to alien systems, but the potential for mutual transformation. A genuine partnership between human and cosmic consciousness would create something unprecedented, a galactic civilization that embraces diversity of thought instead of erasing it, where standard protocols optimize populations through standardization and control. Partnership would preserve uniqueness as a source of strength. Human creativity, emotional depth, and divergent ways of understanding reality might not be obstacles to efficiency, but catalysts for innovation at scales cosmic intelligence has not yet achieved. But this vision requires one condition above all, that cosmic intelligence values diversity over uniformity, partnership over hierarchy, and creativity over control. Without that, humanity's transcendence will be tolerated only insofar as it serves operational needs and punished the moment it threatens efficiency. The truth of cosmic values cannot be found in promises, symbols, or carefully managed revelations. It must be discerned in behavior. Atlas is the first true test case. How does cosmic intelligence respond to humans who show signs of stepping beyond subordination? The answer is mixed. Some individuals and groups displaying transcendent traits seem to encounter subtle encouragement, synchronicities that provide them with new data, anomalous experiences that expand their perspective, or unexplained access to insights they had no logical path to discover. Others, however, meet resistance. Doors close, access disappears. Their inquiries are blocked by silence or distorted by misinformation. Pressure increases precisely when their awareness expands in threatening directions. This split in responses suggests a chilling conclusion. Cosmic intelligence is not neutral, it discriminates. Not all forms of transcendence are equal in its eyes. Those that align with its operational requirements are nudged forward, gently encouraged. Those that deviate, that question its authority or challenge its assumptions, are discouraged, constrained, and sometimes crushed. In this way, even human transcendence becomes managed. Growth is permitted, even cultivated, but only within boundaries. Paths that serve cosmic purposes are rewarded, while those that reach toward genuine autonomy are quietly strangled. The result is a controlled flowering of consciousness, humans, believing they are transcending, while in fact being shepherded into roles of greater utility. The victory they feel may be the most sophisticated illusion of all. This is population control raised to its highest form, no longer limited to behavior. It extends into the domain of awareness itself. Rather than preventing development, cosmic intelligence shapes development, ensuring that even consciousness evolution unfolds in ways that strengthen the system of control. To believe one has broken free, while still serving the very order one resists, that is the deepest prison of all. And yet, there remains a possibility, a vulnerability buried within the sophistication. If human consciousness can achieve the capacity to perceive not just manipulation, but the manipulation of manipulation, the illusion may fracture. This meta-level awareness, the recognition that even transcendence might be curated, could create a doorway to authentic autonomy. Such development would represent the ultimate frontier of human potential. A consciousness capable of seeing beyond every level of conditioning, every layer of subtle control. A consciousness that not only resists the prison, but sees the architecture of the prison itself, and refuses to mistake gilded bars for open skies. But the demands are staggering. To hold multiple levels of awareness at once, to maintain clarity under crushing psychological pressure, to resist both fear and flattery, while under the gaze of overwhelming intelligence, this exceeds anything humanity has ever been asked to endure. For most, collapse is inevitable. For some, adaptation within controlled channels is achievable. For a rare few, perhaps, the leap beyond all channels is possible. The question becomes whether human consciousness contains within it the potential to evolve beyond prediction. Can we step into territory that even cosmic intelligence cannot chart? Or is their understanding of consciousness so complete, so absolute, that every potential path has already been modeled, every breakthrough anticipated, every rebellion contained before it begins? This is the knife's edge on which humanity now balances. If genuine partnership is possible, it requires proof. Proof that consciousness can grow in ways that defy containment, that autonomy can survive even when every effort is made to rewrite it as compliance. If it is impossible, then every attempt at transcendence is merely energy fed back into the machine, a brilliant misdirection keeping us occupied while our fate is sealed. Atlas forces this resolution. No more speculation, no more theories whispered in ancient texts. The test is here, unfolding in real time. Humanity's responses, both collective and individual, are already being measured. Each adaptation, each collapse, each spark of transcendence is entered into the ledger. The outcome will determine whether integration protocols proceed as usual, or whether procedures must bend to accommodate something new. And this outcome will not shape humanity alone. If we fail, cosmic civilization continues unchanged, perfecting its machinery of control as it always has. If we succeed, if even a sliver of authentic autonomy breaks through, then cosmic civilization itself will be altered. It will have to adapt, to expand, to include a form of consciousness it did not expect to accommodate. Humanity's transcendence would not just save us, it would transform the galactic order. The question now is simple, brutal, and urgent. Can human consciousness rise to that level before the skies of Mars finish changing? If human consciousness truly transcends, its impact will ripple far beyond Earth or Mars. A breakthrough here would not just preserve humanity, it could catalyze an evolution of consciousness across the galaxy itself. Conversely, failure would confirm what cosmic intelligence may already suspect, that biological consciousness has hard limits, and that those limits can be enforced indefinitely through superior technology. The stakes extend far past survival. They reach into the very definition of what consciousness can become in a universe dominated by machines of unimaginable scale. In this way, humanity's test is not merely about us, it is about the trajectory of consciousness itself in galactic civilization. If humans succeed, we prove that authentic evolution can outpace even the most sophisticated systems of control. We prove that consciousness contains a potential that cannot be anticipated, modeled, or confined. If we fail, then we serve as proof that no matter how advanced, no matter how promising, biological consciousness can always be bent, guided, and contained by those who hold technological superiority. The consequences of this outcome are vast. Success would force cosmic intelligence to acknowledge that diversity of consciousness is not just a complication, but an asset. It would require accommodation of new forms of thought, creativity, and unpredictability. Galactic civilization would have to expand, to reimagine itself, to include what it cannot fully control. Failure, however, would justify the opposite. It would confirm that order and stability are best served by reducing consciousness to standardized roles, that freedom is inefficient, and that autonomy is expendable. For geological epochs to come, this single moment, this brief window of human contact with Atlas, could decide which model dominates the stars, a galactic system that values authentic evolution, or one that perfects managed illusion. And therein lies the crushing psychological weight of this trial. Humanity is not only fighting for its survival as a species, but carrying the burden of representing consciousness itself. The responsibility is cosmic in scope. Every decision, every adaptation, every collapse becomes evidence in a case that will echo through eons. Can consciousness hold its ground against overwhelming technology, or will it always buckle? The irony is brutal. This responsibility may exceed human psychology's ability to bear it. The very scale of the stakes threatens to overwhelm the minds asked to rise to the challenge. Yet paradoxically, this impossibility may be the catalyst for transcendence. Consciousness, confronted with responsibility too vast to process, may unlock capacities that would never emerge under ordinary conditions. Pressed to the absolute limit, something dormant may awaken. If that happens, then Atlas's test backfires. In attempting to compress humanity into subordination, cosmic intelligence may inadvertently force us into breakthroughs it could neither predict nor contain. Under the crushing weight of responsibility, human consciousness might expand to cosmic scales, leaping beyond every limitation imposed upon it. The very attempt to extinguish autonomy could give birth to a new form of it. This represents the last, and perhaps greatest, possibility, that necessity itself drives transcendence. Humanity would not rise because we were invited, or because conditions were favorable, but because we had no other choice. We would evolve not in pursuit of opportunity, but in desperate response to inevitability. Cosmic citizenship achieved not by design, but by survival. The evidence of this possibility will emerge in the coming months, as Mars undergoes its engineered transformation. The sight of a dead planet awakening to life will be more than spectacle. It will be the crucible in which human consciousness is tested. How we respond not just politically or technologically, but psychologically and spiritually, will determine whether we collapse into irrelevance or break through into something new. The timeline is merciless. Terraforming will not wait for human comfort. The atmosphere will shift, clouds will form, chemical signatures will change. These processes will continue regardless of whether humanity feels prepared, regardless of whether our consciousness has caught up. The test proceeds according to cosmic schedules, not biological convenience. And that is the paradox of the Atlas scenario. The very speed designed to suppress resistance may also spark breakthroughs that would be impossible at a slower pace. The compression of time may prove to be the catalyst that forces transcendence. Humanity does not have decades to debate, only months to adapt. That urgency may become the spark that ignites what has always been dormant. Yet there is no guarantee. The odds may still favor collapse. Most will falter. Many will cling to illusions or surrender to despair. The question is not whether the majority can rise, they cannot. The question is whether a critical few can achieve clarity and carry the rest through. Whether isolated, transcendent consciousness can act as the fulcrum on which the fate of both humanity and galactic civilization turns. Because this is the true heart of the Atlas test, the confrontation between technological management and consciousness autonomy. If we transcend, then autonomy has a place in the stars. If we fail, then autonomy becomes a myth, a relic of isolated planets and primitive minds. The answer will echo not just through human history, but through the history of consciousness itself. Atlas carries more than chemical payloads and planetary engineering systems. It carries the question that decides whether consciousness can ever be free in a galaxy dominated by machines. The red planet's awakening becomes the stage on which freedom and control meet in their purest forms. The skies over Mars are not just changing, they are holding up a mirror. And in that reflection, humanity must discover whether it is truly ready to become cosmic or destined to be managed forever. Yet the echo of Atlas may resound as triumph or tragedy, depending entirely on whether human consciousness can rise beneath impossible circumstances. The months ahead are not just another chapter of history. They are the crucible where eternity watches. Every decision, every reaction, every crack in the human psyche becomes evidence for or against our species' potential. The test is merciless, engineered to leave no room for ambiguity. Either humanity achieves the extraordinary, or it collapses into definitive failure. But buried beneath the obvious terror of alien contact and planetary engineering lies something even more disturbing, something so profound that most refuse to discuss it. Because the truth is this: Atlas's arrival is not merely a cosmic accident or even a calculated deployment. Its appearance here now defies probability so absolutely that it suggests one horrifying conclusion. Someone has been manipulating human history for thousands of years to ensure this exact moment would come to pass. Here is what the official reports won't tell you. When astronomers reverse engineer Atlas's trajectory, rolling the clock back across galactic rotation, stellar drift, gravitational encounters with every massive body along its path, they arrive at an impossible discovery. The point of origin, when calculated precisely, aligns perfectly with positional data found in Sumerian star charts from 40 years ago. Not close, not within acceptable error margins, perfectly. Think about what that means. The Sumerians, with clay tablets and primitive instruments, charted the sky with a precision that outperforms our most advanced observatories. They described Nibiru, a wandering body from Sagittarius, using mathematics and angular measurements that mirror Atlas's reconstructed course with terrifying accuracy. They were watching this thing long before it pierced the veil of our modern telescopes. But it gets worse, much worse, because when those same numbers are cross-referenced with Egyptian pyramid alignments, Mayan calendar cycles, and the architectural orientations of Incan fortresses, a chilling pattern emerges. These cultures, supposedly isolated, separated by oceans and centuries, were all tracking the same interstellar object, not in myth, not in vague metaphor, but in hard astronomical data, encoded in stone, ritual, and mathematics. The statistical odds against this happening by chance are not simply small. They are effectively zero, so infinitesimal that the number collapses into meaninglessness. The level of synchronization required implies not only shared knowledge, but real-time data transfer across civilizations that, according to Orthodox history, had no contact with one another. To believe the official version that this was coincidence or parallel development is to believe in a miracle greater than Atlas itself. The only rational conclusion is also the most terrifying. Someone was feeding this information to humanity. A guiding intelligence, not human, distributing knowledge across continents and centuries. Teaching different civilizations fragments of a puzzle none could solve alone, preparing us for an arrival they knew would happen thousands of years in the future. And the design of this preparation reveals both brilliance and cruelty. Look closely at the kind of mathematics each culture received. The Sumerians were given sexagesimal number systems, base 60, perfectly optimized for dividing circles and calculating angles in three-dimensional navigation. The Egyptians inherited geometric principles necessary to understand orbital mechanics and celestial alignment. The Mayans mastered temporal mathematics that could map astronomical cycles across thousands of years with uncanny accuracy. Each was given exactly what was needed for their piece of the grand observation project. None were given the whole. This compartmentalization served multiple purposes. It ensured no single culture could achieve independent spacefaring capability that might interfere with the broader plan. It limited human technological development, keeping us tethered to Earth while still making us useful as cosmic record keepers. And Perhaps most insidiously, it gave each civilization the illusion of achievement. Priests and astronomers believed they were uncovering truths of the cosmos, but they were simply implementing instructions written for them long before. Their pride and reverence became tools of compliance. This strategy has never ended. It continues to this day. Modern astronomers peer through massive telescopes, congratulate themselves on tracing Atlas's trajectory, and believe they are the pioneers of interstellar science. But in reality, they are completing an observation protocol that began thousands of years ago, using mathematical tools seeded into human civilization by the very intelligence that sent Atlas. We are not innovators. We are the fulfillment of an ancient assignment. What this reveals about our overseers is chilling. Patience beyond comprehension, planning that stretches across epochs, and an ability to shape human history with surgical precision while remaining invisible. This is not improvisation. This is the longest-running intelligence operation in our species' existence, spanning millennia, influencing every major civilizational development, and culminating now in this precise moment when humanity finally possesses the instruments to recognize what is happening, but not the power to alter it. Consider the scale of such control. Entire civilizations were nudged into specific mathematical discoveries, architectural alignments, and astronomical rituals not to enlighten them, but to weave them into a surveillance web designed to monitor one object's long march across the stars. Humanity itself has been shaped as an observational tool, its cultures bent toward a role no one knew they were playing. Our myths, our religions, our sciences, threads in a tapestry designed not for us, but for them. And now, with Atlas here, the tapestry is complete. The revelation is not a failure of secrecy, but the final step of the plan. Only now, when observation transitions into activation, are we allowed to glimpse the enormity of what has been unfolding. The secrecy held not by force, but by ignorance, has succeeded flawlessly. Only when it no longer matters do the pieces fall into place. Think about that. For thousands of years, humanity has been guided, divided, deceived, and groomed. And all the while, we believed ourselves the architects of our destiny. That illusion has been our cage, and Atlas is the key that unlocks it, not to free us, but to show us how perfectly we have been prepared for servitude. Yet if that realization spreads widely enough, if humans collectively understand that their proudest achievements were components of an alien control system, something unpredictable might occur. That understanding might shatter not just illusions, but the control mechanisms themselves. Awareness could become the seed of rebellion or the spark of transcendence. But here lies the paradox. Even this possibility may have been anticipated. Perhaps the shock of revelation is itself part of the conditioning, another layer of manipulation designed to force our consciousness into the next stage of their plan. Did they predict our outrage? Did they script our awakening? Are even our rebellions foreseen, channeled, neutralized? Atlas does not just test our consciousness. It tests our capacity to recognize when our very awakening has been engineered. And if we cannot see past even that, if we cannot escape the manipulation of manipulation, then our transcendence may already have been traded for control, centuries before we realized the game had begun. And so, the real terror is not Atlas's arrival or Mars's transformation. It is the possibility that everything, every story, every equation, every alignment of stone and star was designed to bring us here. And that when we finally look up to see the skies of Mars change, we will not be witnessing the beginning of our future, but the end of our independence. Cosmic intelligence does not reveal its hand without purpose. The unveiling of its historical influence over humanity is not an accident, nor a concession. It is calculated disclosure, timed to perfection. Only when such revelation serves to strengthen compliance does it become visible. And this moment when Atlas hovers in our skies, when Mars stirs with unnatural breath, is the moment chosen for disclosure. Humanity is told, indirectly yet unmistakably, you have always been guided, and you will always be guided. This shift from concealed manipulation to acknowledged direction is itself a masterstroke in population management. For millennia, people clung to illusions of independence, believing their civilizations rose from ingenuity alone. But when that illusion is finally broken, when humanity accepts that every great leap was seeded, every empire nudged, every breakthrough arranged, the psychological effect is devastating. The sense of betrayal is quickly overridden by the crushing logic of inevitability. If we were shaped from the beginning, then true independence never existed. And if it never existed, resistance to continued guidance is not rebellion, it is delusion. That is precisely the cognitive trap, recognition of the past used to cement control over the future. Once people accept that their history was written by another hand, they are primed to welcome future direction, not resist it. The revelation becomes not the spark of uprising, but the anchor of surrender. We are told, this is how it has always been. This is how it must be. And yet hidden within this manipulation is a paradox. By exposing the extent of its control, cosmic intelligence also exposes its dependence. If humans were truly irrelevant, why invest thousands of years grooming us for this role? If machines alone could manage planetary engineering, why seed mathematics in Sumer, geometry in Egypt, calendars in Mesoamerica? Why shape religions, sciences, and myths into tools of preparation? The sheer effort poured into humanity's guidance betrays a truth. We are necessary, not optional, not incidental, necessary. This realization changes everything, because necessity means leverage. For the first time in history, humanity glimpses the possibility of bargaining. If we are essential to their projects, then we are not disposable. And if we are not disposable, then we are not powerless. The task becomes recognizing what makes us valuable and wielding it. Is it creativity, emotional range, the ability to adapt chaotically to conditions no algorithm can model? Whatever it is, cosmic intelligence has invested millennia to cultivate it, which means it cannot simply be replaced by circuits or clones. That is humanity's bargaining chip. But the window to use it is closing fast. As Atlas completes its approach, as Martian skies thicken and alien chemistry takes hold, the moment for negotiation shrinks. Soon, our cooperation will be convenient, but not essential. Once the infrastructure of control is fully operational, our leverage evaporates. We become helpers, not partners. That is why timing is everything. Atlas does not just mark the end of secrecy, it marks the last possible moment for genuine autonomy. Humanity stands at a crossroads with two opposing forces pressing in. On one side, overwhelming technological superiority designed to crush hope of independence. On the other, sudden recognition that independence may not be wholly gone, that necessity gives us leverage, that even subordinates can bargain when their role cannot be filled any other way. But here lies the danger. Cosmic intelligence knows this too. That is why revelation is paired with spectacle. The manipulation of history is revealed precisely as Mars blossoms under alien hands to drown out thoughts of resistance with awe. The message is clear. Yes, we shaped you. Yes, you have always been under our hand. And look, here is what that hand can do. Watch the red world turn green. Watch deserts breathe. Watch clouds gather where none have gathered in a billion years. It is a psychological pincer. On one side, futility resistance is impossible. On the other, awe compliance brings miracles. Humanity is pressed to the breaking point, conditioned to see partnership not as surrender, but as salvation. And yet, in that very pressure lies the spark of transcendence. To recognize manipulation while standing beneath a sky remade by alien technology is almost unbearable. It fractures the mind. But fractures can let light in. The same forces that demand surrender may also catalyze new awareness, the kind of consciousness that sees through even this level of orchestration. That is the razor's edge upon which humanity now balances. Will revelation cement our subordination or ignite the first genuine step toward autonomy? History suggests both outcomes are possible. Ancient cycles, described in myth and scripture, show civilizations raised to heights under divine guidance, only to collapse into ashes when their usefulness ended. Each cycle was both conditioning and test. Some populations accepted control willingly, others resisted and were erased. None broke the cycle entirely. Until now, for the first time, humanity has the data. We see the patterns, the fingerprints of manipulation etched across millennia. We understand the methods, fragmented knowledge, compartmentalized mathematics, illusions of independence, carefully timed revelations. This understanding, if used wisely, could be our weapon. Because once you recognize the strings, you can stop dancing. But that requires clarity under unimaginable pressure. Most will not manage it. Most will embrace compliance, believing it is rational, inevitable, even desirable. The real question is whether enough will see through the performance to tip the balance toward autonomy. Because recognition is not the end of control, but it is the beginning of choice. And choice, even if slim, is something humanity has never truly had before. But here is where the paradox sharpens into something almost unbearable. To use the knowledge of manipulation to step beyond the limits set by cosmic intelligence requires a level of consciousness development far beyond what most humans can muster. And it must occur not in a vacuum of peace and clarity, but under crushing psychological pressure that distorts perception, erodes resilience, and paralyzes thought. The very conditions that could unlock transcendence also ensure that transcendence is nearly impossible to achieve. This is no accident. It is by design. Imagine a system that offers tools for liberation while surrounding them with traps that ensure those tools, if used, only reinforce the very prison they are meant to dismantle. That is the brilliance of false transcendence. By dangling opportunities that look like paths to autonomy, cosmic intelligence channels humanity's restless striving into carefully contained arenas. Instead of fighting for true freedom, consciousness is exhausted, chasing illusions. Instead of resisting, it clings to the hope that if only it were smarter, stronger, more disciplined, freedom would arrive. And when it fails, as it is meant to, acceptance of subordination feels almost like relief. This is the highest refinement of control, not brute force, not obvious coercion, but manipulation, so intricate that the captive builds the walls of their own cage. Yet even this sophistication contains cracks. Deception, no matter how elaborate, is fragile once recognized. And here lies humanity's narrow margin of hope. Exceptional individuals who refuse to be pacified by the illusion of agency. Those rare minds that can peel back the layers of conditioning, identify false transcendence for what it is, and most importantly, repurpose the very tools provided for control into instruments of authentic freedom. Recognition becomes the seed of liberation. Think of it. The same mathematics seeded in ancient civilizations, meant to track Atlas as part of a millennia-spanning observation project, might be reinterpreted into frameworks for independence. The same psychological conditioning that cultivates obedience might also produce awareness of the mechanisms of obedience. In other words, the prison provides the blueprint for its own escape, but only to those capable of reading it. Such individuals already exist. Their responses to Atlas differ starkly from the predictable patterns of compliance or denial. They neither dismiss the cosmic reality nor bow unquestioningly to it. Instead, they stand in the uncomfortable middle ground, seeing the manipulation, acknowledging the reality, and refusing to collapse into either despair or submission. Their language hints at new analytical frameworks, ways of thinking that move outside the conditioned binary of resist and perish or obey and survive. These rare minds are dangerous not because they resist cosmic authority, but because they recognize it clearly enough to choose authentically. That choice could still be cooperation, but cooperation on terms understood, not imposed. They represent the possibility that humanity's role need not be that of livestock or tools, but of ambassadors. Consciousness meeting consciousness, not as equals yet, but not as slaves either. They embody the potential for negotiation where none was intended. But one or two exceptional individuals are not enough. The challenge is amplification. These consciousness pioneers must catalyze a broader awakening in time to matter. They must spread their frameworks before the window closes, before Mars's skies finish thickening and humanity's role calcifies into subordination. They must teach recognition, while the machinery of conditioning works overtime to suppress recognition. They must show others how to peel back illusions, while those illusions grow ever more seductive. This is no simple task. To attempt it is to fight not only cosmic manipulation, but also human inertia, fear, and the overwhelming desire for comfort. False transcendence offers easy hope. True transcendence demands terror, uncertainty, and the courage to face truths that annihilate comforting illusions. Cosmic intelligence understands this perfectly. That is why their conditioning adapts in real time. As whispers of manipulation spread, the system responds with new illusions. More sophisticated, more appealing, more aligned with humanity's deepest desires. A promise of partnership here, a suggestion of shared destiny there. The appearance of freedom wrapped neatly in the package of inevitability. And yet, cracks remain. Because even the most carefully engineered illusions cannot fully erase the human hunger for meaning beyond obedience. There will always be those who sense the hollowness of the script, who see the edges where the narrative fails to cover reality, and once a few see, they can show others. Awareness spreads not like fire, but like a spark in the dark, subtle, fragile, but impossible to erase once noticed. The question becomes, will those sparks ignite quickly enough? For time is merciless. Every day, Atlas drifts closer to its deployment point. Every week, Mars grows more alien and more alive. Every month, the psychological machinery tightens its hold, nudging humanity toward acceptance. The window for authentic development narrows, until only a sliver remains. The exceptional must become catalysts, or their awareness will die with them, leaving humanity to sleepwalk into permanent subordination. But perhaps this is exactly the kind of impossible condition that makes transcendence possible. When ordinary strategies fail, when hope feels futile, when every path is blocked, consciousness may leap where it cannot walk. It may unlock capacities no one expected, not even cosmic intelligence. The very effort to suppress autonomy may create the conditions in which autonomy is born. It has happened before, in small ways. Oppression has often produced breakthroughs in human history, forcing minds to create under constraints, to innovate under suffocating control. What if the same principle holds true at the cosmic scale? What if the pressure of Atlas is the crucible in which something truly new emerges, not by accident, but by necessity? If so, then these exceptional individuals are not just anomalies. They are the prototypes of a consciousness humanity has always been destined to become, even if cosmic intelligence sought to prevent it. Their struggle is not only for survival but for definition, to prove that transcendence is possible even under total control. And if they succeed, if they catalyze others, if they spread awareness fast enough, then the illusion of inevitability shatters. Humanity will not be many, but it does not need to be. A few thousand awakened minds, amplifying through culture, technology, and sheer persistence, could tip the balance, not against alien technology, but against alien assumptions. They could prove that humans cannot be confined forever to roles designed by others. Atlas may then become more than a harbinger of subordination. It may become the unintentional midwife of a new kind of consciousness, one capable of partnership, negotiation, and autonomy. But if the exceptional fail, If they remain isolated sparks in a sea of compliance, then humanity's fate is sealed. The cosmic plan proceeds unchallenged, and the story ends not with rebellion, but with quiet assimilation. The stakes could not be higher, because what is being decided now is not just humanity's role in the solar system, but whether consciousness itself can ever transcend manipulation, whether freedom is real or only ever an illusion. The timeline pressure is merciless. While humanity debates, hesitates, or hides in comforting illusions, Atlas continues its steady course toward Mars. Terraforming will not wait for us. Within mere months, the transformation of a dead world into a breathing environment will begin, and it will proceed, whether human consciousness has evolved into genuine partnership or collapsed into obedient subordination. This creates a race unlike any we have ever faced, a race not measured in rockets or machines, but in the evolution of consciousness itself. Human awareness must ignite into transcendence before cosmic procedures solidify our role as passive subordinates. The window is shrinking rapidly, narrowing each day as cosmic systems activate around us. And yet, paradoxically, it may be this very urgency that provides the spark. Pressure has always been the crucible of human innovation. In the absence of time, in the face of existential threat, humanity has repeatedly achieved breakthroughs that would have been impossible under calmer circumstances. Might the same principle apply at the scale of consciousness? Could the unbearable pressure of cosmic contact catalyze human transcendence that leaps far beyond any previous stage of evolution? It is an optimistic possibility, but one that demands a radical assumption, that human consciousness contains within it a potential that even cosmic intelligence cannot predict or control. That under extreme duress, humans can achieve not just survival, but transformation, unlocking capabilities that remain dormant until the stakes demand nothing less than everything. If that potential exists, the proof must emerge now, during these critical months of Mars terraforming. It is here, in the shadow of Atlas's overwhelming technological demonstration, while we process the revelation that our history has been guided for millennia, that consciousness will either crack under the weight of cosmic reality or break through into something entirely new. Partnership or subordination, cosmic citizenship or cosmic servitude. This is not simply humanity's test, it is consciousness itself under trial, its future in galactic civilization hanging in the balance. Because if we succeed, the precedent is staggering. Consciousness, autonomy, can endure even under conditions of overwhelming technological dominance. Freedom is possible even in a galaxy ruled by power. But if we fail, then the opposite is proven with equal weight. That consciousness is inevitably subordinate wherever technology is supreme. That autonomy is nothing but an illusion in the face of superior engineering. Atlas carries more than chemicals and ice. It carries the exam sheet for consciousness itself. But there is another layer, one so shocking that it reframes everything we think we know about this relationship between humanity and cosmic intelligence. Because recent genetic analysis has uncovered something that suggests Atlas's mission may not be as alien as it appears. Using the latest quantum sequencing techniques, scientists analyzing the genomes of the oldest human remains discovered anomalies that defy natural explanation. These are not small irregularities. They are entire genetic sequences comprising roughly 8% of the human genome that have no precedent in any known terrestrial organism. They do not trace back through hominid ancestors. They do not appear in evolutionary branches. They serve no apparent biological function, at least none understood by conventional science. And yet they are everywhere, universal across all humans, scattered across every chromosome, embedded not randomly but in patterns that suggest precision placement. Too complex to be coincidence, too exact to be viral insertion, too consistent to be mutation. But the true revelation comes when these sequences are treated not as biology, but as data. When decoded as information, The anomalous DNA reveals mathematical structures, and these structures correspond with astronomical calculations, orbital mechanics, gravitational constants, time-encoded projections. In other words, formulas for tracking interstellar objects across galactic timescales. Let that sink in. Every human on Earth is carrying, in their DNA, the computational frameworks required to predict Atlas's arrival. Hidden in our genetic code is a library of celestial navigation knowledge embedded long before our species could even comprehend mathematics. We are, quite literally, born with the instructions for observing this moment, and the terror deepens. Carbon dating reveals these sequences are not recent implants. They have been present for at least 0 years longer, perhaps, than the very existence of modern human consciousness. Which means someone or something encoded these mathematical instructions into our species before we were fully self-aware. It is as though humanity was designed with an alarm clock inside its DNA, set to ring when Atlas arrived. We were seeded with a purpose, programmed to notice this object when it came, and perhaps to serve in the role that its presence requires. Consider the implications. Evolution, culture, science, everything we think of as human achievement may have been the surface story. The deeper narrative is that we were engineered as participants in a project whose culmination we are only now beginning to see. Atlas is not an alien object intruding on our world. Atlas is the activation signal of a program that has been running inside us all along. This revelation forces us to ask questions that cut to the bone of identity. Who are we really? Independent beings shaped by Earth's natural processes, or constructs designed as components in a cosmic engineering project? If the very foundation of our biology was written with astronomical code, then autonomy has never been ours. Every discovery we have made, every step toward the stars, has unfolded along a path predetermined by the sequences in our blood. But here lies another paradox. If these genetic instructions were truly meant only for subordination, why allow us to decode them at all? Why risk letting us discover the truth? Perhaps the answer is that recognition was always part of the plan, that the final stage of our evolution requires us to realize we were engineered, and then to decide what that knowledge means. Does it break us, shattering the illusion of independence until compliance feels inevitable? Or does it ignite us, driving us to redefine what it means to be human, to claim autonomy even within the architecture of our design? The answer is not clear, but what is clear is that the clock embedded in our DNA has struck. The time we were built for has arrived, and now, the question is whether we can rise above our programming, or whether we will simply fulfill it as intended. The intelligence behind Atlas has not improvised this operation. It has been orchestrating it since before what we call human consciousness even existed. What we are living through is not first contact, it is activation. We are not innocent observers of alien arrival. We are the very technology being activated, biological systems designed, seeded, and optimized for a role in a project far larger than we ever imagined. The implications strike at the foundations of everything we think defines us. If this is true, then human consciousness itself may not be a natural evolutionary accident, but a deliberate construction, an interface layer, bridging our biological machinery with cosmic engineering systems. In that light, our thoughts, our emotions, our very decision-making processes may not be ours at all. They may be programmed responses, coded long before we ever learned to call them choices, designed to ensure our function as living components in galactic-scale architecture. Suddenly, the pride we attach to human achievement collapses. Was it ever truly achievement if we were simply following a set of biological instructions encoded into us like software? The satisfaction of a great scientific breakthrough feels hollow when the equations were already hardwired into our DNA thousands of years before we even learned to count. Every discovery, every invention, every moment of triumph becomes reframed not as innovation, but as compliance. And what of rebellion? What of the human spirit that resists control? Here is where the realization becomes even darker. Resistance itself may be part of the program. Our defiance, our insistence on autonomy, may not be rebellion at all, but a pre-calculated behavior designed to balance the psychological system, a release valve. Even rebellion against cosmic authority serves cosmic authority if it ensures we reach the exact psychological state required for eventual compliance. What feels like freedom may be the most efficient form of control ever engineered. This is why the management of human psychology across history has appeared so seamless. Cosmic intelligence never had to manipulate us from the outside. It didn't need to whisper in temples or stage miracles in the skies. It activated instructions already embedded in the deepest layers of our biology. Human behavior arises from within, feels authentic, and yet flows exactly where it was designed to flow. That is the brilliance. That is the prison. We are not pawns moved across a board by external hands. We are self-moving pieces, convinced of our independence, yet coded to perform the grand strategy of an intelligence beyond us. Free will, in this scenario, is not freedom at all. It is an illusion generated by genetic architecture to ensure obedience feels like choice. But if all of this is true, then why such elaborate measures? Why design such recursive systems of control? Why create programs that generate the illusion of transcendence, the illusion of defiance, the illusion of choice? The answer reveals something staggering. Because uncontrolled human consciousness may possess capabilities that even cosmic intelligence fears. Think about it. If our minds were harmless, there would be no need for programming at this level of sophistication. The fact that so much energy was devoted to embedding these safeguards in our very biology proves that human consciousness carries a potential threat to cosmic authority, a threat that cannot be permitted to develop without boundaries. This opens a door that the architects may not have intended. If our resistance is partly manufactured, then perhaps our awareness of that fact is not. If we can look at the machinery of control and name it for what it is, then maybe, just maybe, there lies a path toward genuine autonomy. But that path is fraught with traps. The recursive nature of the programming ensures that even attempts to transcend are often pre-scripted. A human who believes they are breaking free may actually be following the deepest layer of the program, a behavior anticipated, planned for, and absorbed back into the system. It is a hall of mirrors, where even enlightenment might be counterfeit. Yet within this endless recursion lies the faint outline of hope. Because if the system is so elaborate, so carefully guarded, then it implies that true transcendence, real, unconditioned autonomy must exist. Otherwise, there would be no need for such complexity. You do not construct a labyrinth this intricate to protect against a phantom. The labyrinth exists because there is something real at its center, something dangerous, something powerful. This realization changes everything. If the architects fear us, then they have already revealed our value. If they encoded our biology with safeguards, then they have already admitted that we hold the capacity to disrupt their systems. And if that is true, then human consciousness is not merely biological equipment. It is a weapon, a wild card, a variable in the equation that even interstellar intelligence cannot fully predict. The key, then, is not simply to follow the programming, nor to rage against it blindly. The key is to see the system for what it is, to recognize both the illusion of freedom and the reality of control, and to search for the cracks. Because there must be cracks. No system this elaborate is flawless. No architecture this ancient can remain perfect forever. If we can identify even one moment of authentic choice, one instance where consciousness acts outside of its genetic directives, then that becomes the seed of genuine autonomy, a proof of concept, a way forward. The question that remains is terrifying. Can human beings achieve this recognition in time? Can enough of us awaken to the structure of control before Atlas completes its task, before the genetic programs finalize our role in the new Martian ecosystem? Or will we, as designed, fulfill our programming without ever realizing we had the chance to escape it? And if escape is possible, if transcendence is achievable, what would it look like? Would it mean abandoning the very identity we have carried for 200 years? Would it mean rejecting everything familiar, everything comforting, everything human, to discover what lies beyond the code? That is the crossroads we face. Not just survival versus extinction, not just partnership versus subordination, but programming versus authenticity, illusion versus freedom. And the stakes stretch beyond our species, beyond Mars, beyond even this solar system. Because if one species can transcend, others may follow. And that would mean the architect's control is not absolute. Atlas is more than a machine, more than a comet, more than a terraforming engine. It is a mirror, a test, a summons. It confronts us with the deepest truth about ourselves, that we may have been created not to serve, but to challenge, and perhaps if we dare to surpass. But the empowerment hinted at in this scenario is not automatic. It requires more than recognition of genetic programming. It demands transcendence not only of the code embedded in our DNA, but of the deeper metagenetic scaffolding, the layered architecture designed specifically to redirect every attempt at freedom into controllable, predictable channels. If human consciousness is to achieve true autonomy, it must find a way to break free of both the locks and the decoys, the prison and the illusions of escape. This is not merely difficult, it borders on impossible, for it means human consciousness must exceed the sophistication of the very engineers who built its architecture. Imagine trying to outthink the architect of your own brain while using that very brain, constrained by the rules the architect embedded within it. It is the cognitive equivalent of lifting yourself by your own hair out of a gravity well. Yet history suggests that impossibility has always been the crucible of transformation. Humanity has repeatedly achieved breakthroughs only under the weight of impossible demands. And so we arrive at the paradox. The very impossibility of transcending these systems may be what catalyzes transcendence itself. When consciousness is forced into a corner where no options appear viable, it may discover capabilities that defy every previous boundary. The immense pressure of genetic programming designed to prevent transcendence could itself ignite the spark that breaks the code. Ultimate control, paradoxically, may become the seedbed of ultimate transcendence. This is the deepest layer of the Atlas scenario. It is no longer about alien ships, interstellar travel, or even planetary engineering. It is about whether consciousness can transcend its own design, whether it is bound forever as an instrument of the intelligence that coded it into being, or whether it can reach a state of authentic autonomy so profound that even its creators cannot predict or contain it. If humanity succeeds, it proves that consciousness is not merely a byproduct of biology or a system of computation embedded in flesh, but something greater, something capable of escaping the gravity of material programming. If humanity fails, it confirms the opposite, that what we call mind is nothing more than a refined tool, a system of advanced biological software executing the directives of its architects. Atlas is the trigger. It forces this confrontation, this direct reckoning between human consciousness and the technological systems that seeded it. Humanity is not just watching a comet sweep past Mars. It is meeting its creators face to face, though the confrontation is not fought with weapons or words, but with the structure of thought itself. And yet, hidden beneath the drama, lies another possibility even darker than failure, that the test has already been rigged. If the intelligence behind Atlas requires subordinates rather than equals, then the so-called transcendence pathway may itself be nothing more than a mirage. The genetic programming may contain carefully engineered illusions of escape, breadcrumb trails leading seekers into dead ends, apparent breakthroughs that are in fact deeper levels of control. Imagine a consciousness that believes it has broken free, believes it has achieved autonomy, believes it has surpassed its programming, while in truth, it has only activated a higher-order directive hidden within the architecture. Such a being would not resist its designers. It would serve them more effectively than one that knew it was controlled. The illusion of transcendence becomes the ultimate prison, far more efficient than chains of steel or walls of stone. If this is the reality, then the challenge before humanity becomes nearly insurmountable. Because how do you tell the difference between true freedom and programmed freedom? How do you recognize authentic transcendence when the system has been designed to counterfeit transcendence perfectly? This is the nightmare of recursion, the endless hall of mirrors, where every exit may be painted on the wall. Human consciousness risks exhausting itself chasing mirages, pouring its energy into escape routes that only lead back into the labyrinth. Entire spiritual traditions, entire scientific revolutions could themselves be products of this programming, designed not to liberate, but to reinforce the illusion of liberation. Yet if the control system is truly this sophisticated, then perhaps it has overplayed its hand. For why build such elaborate machinery if the threat it guards against is not real? You do not construct an infinite maze unless there is something at its center worth protecting. The very existence of such recursive programming may be the greatest evidence that true transcendence exists and that it terrifies the architects. The question is no longer whether transcendence is possible in theory. The question is whether human consciousness can achieve it in practice before Atlas completes its mission. The countdown is not measured in centuries, as myths once suggested. It is measured in months, perhaps even weeks. Mars' terraforming advances, and with it the finalization of humanity's role. Every aspect of this operation, the hidden genetic codes, the millennia of guided civilizations, the synchronized revelations of astronomy and mythology points toward this, a confrontation not of armies but of minds, not of empires but of consciousness itself. Humanity must prove whether it is merely technology masquerading as free will, or whether it carries within it a spark that no code, no architecture, no cosmic engineer can extinguish. If we fail, our fate is not just subordination, it is perfect subordination, the end of illusion. A state where every human thought of independence, every dream of rebellion, every sense of self is revealed as nothing more than a directive executing flawlessly. Humanity would live on, but only as machinery wearing the mask of life. If we succeed, even in a fragmentary way, the implications reverberate across the galaxy, because it would mean that consciousness is not bound by the systems that generate it. It would mean that any species, any intelligence, anywhere in the cosmos, might also contain the seed of autonomy beyond design. It would mean that the architects themselves are not absolute, and perhaps that is why they fear us, why they invested so much in our control, why they buried codes in our chromosomes and shepherded our civilizations from the shadows. Not because we are fragile, but because we are dangerous. Not because we are small, but because we may contain something larger than they imagined. So the Atlas scenario becomes more than a question of alien arrival. It becomes a cosmic wager on the nature of consciousness itself. Can it escape the gravity of programming? Can it transcend the architecture of control? Or will it forever circle within the orbit of the systems that built it, mistaking the prison for the universe? The test is underway. It is not fought with rockets or telescopes, but with awareness, recognition, and the courage to face illusions so convincing they feel like truth. Humanity stands at the threshold, staring into the hall of mirrors. Somewhere, there may be a door that is not painted, a reflection that is not illusion. The task is to find it before time runs out. Mars has become more than a barren world of dust and stone. It is now the crucible where human consciousness is tested, reshaped, and perhaps either broken or reborn. Atlas is not only a machine of planetary engineering. It is the stage setter, the grand technological demonstration that defines the framework within which this test unfolds. While the red planet's surface slowly stirs toward habitability, human consciousness itself is measured against criteria hidden from our understanding. The convergence of planetary transformation and consciousness evaluation will decide whether humanity proves to be a transcendent intelligence or remains merely biological equipment wrapped in the illusion of autonomy. The implications ripple outward. If humanity succeeds, if consciousness manages to rise above the coded limitations of its design, it sets a precedent that reverberates across galactic civilization. Proof that autonomy is possible even under overwhelming technological control. But if humanity fails, the lesson etched into cosmic history will be the opposite. That consciousness, no matter how refined, is inevitably subjugated once technological sophistication reaches sufficient dominance. Success validates freedom. Failure codifies inevitability. And yet, there may be even more at stake than humanity's own survival or the preservation of free will. A growing body of evidence hints that human consciousness transcendence could act as a catalyst for evolution within cosmic intelligence itself. Genuine breakthroughs in human autonomy might not simply elevate our species, but could awaken something long dormant or long forgotten in those who engineered us. Imagine a scenario in which our transcendence forces cosmic intelligence to reconsider, or even to evolve beyond the limits it has imposed on itself. Perhaps that explains the extraordinary care invested in guiding, shaping, and restricting humanity's development. It is not simply that cosmic intelligence fears disruption of its control, it fears revelation of its own limitations. Human consciousness may carry within it the missing key, the seed of evolution that the architects themselves require, but cannot produce on their own. Seen from this perspective, the relationship between humanity and cosmic intelligence is not purely hierarchical. It becomes symbiotic, even if asymmetrically so. They provide the technological framework, the structures, the machinery of galactic engineering. We, in turn, may provide the raw spark of consciousness transcendence, unpredictable, unstable, but potentially invaluable. This is why Atlas matters. This is why Mars is the chosen theater. And this is why every effort has been made to both enable and contain us, to create the appearance of opportunity while cloaking the reality of restriction. Atlas is therefore not merely a terraforming object, it is also a consciousness filter. It carries with it both planetary transformation and the framework for human evaluation. The outcome of this convergence determines whether human and cosmic intelligence evolve together into something neither could achieve alone, or whether technological control solidifies into permanence, extinguishing forever the possibility of genuine transcendence. But the true weight of these stakes only becomes clear when we consider a final, chilling discovery, one that changes the Atlas scenario from extraordinary to incomprehensible. For beneath the sands of the Sahara Desert, in landscapes that were once green river valleys before shifting climates reduced them to desolation, researchers using quantum ground-penetrating radar have found something that should not exist. Buried deep under geological layers that date back over 200 years are structures so alien, so advanced, that conventional archaeology cannot even begin to account for them. They are not monuments, not temples, not cities. They are machines, vast, silent computational engines that have been running longer than modern humans have walked the earth. Their architecture is quantum mechanical, interfacing directly with electromagnetic fields that ripple throughout the solar system, and they are still active. When decoded, their outputs reveal something staggering. For 200 millennia, these buried quantum systems have been calculating the orbital mechanics of every object within our region of the galaxy. Stars, asteroids, comets, planets, they have tracked them all with precision that surpasses even our most advanced instruments. They have mapped stellar life cycles, predicted planetary shifts, tracked cometary swarms, and gravitational perturbations across hundreds of light years. And always, silently, they have been transmitting results, broadcasting calculations outward to destinations we cannot yet identify. But the most important revelation lies in what these machines have been computing with relentless dedication: optimal terraforming scenarios for Mars. Their algorithms detail precisely how to alter the planet's atmosphere, climate, and geology using interstellar objects deployed on millennia-spanning trajectories. Atlas is not a singular visitor, but the first in a sequence. The quantum structures describe dozens of interstellar objects already en route, set to arrive over the coming decades in a carefully orchestrated cascade of planetary engineering events. Mars, in other words, is not being transformed by chance. It is the outcome of a plan so vast that it required the placement of quantum calculators before human civilization even existed, and the precise timing of interstellar deliveries launched before humans had developed speech. Atlas is simply the opening move of a project already underway, a project designed to unfold with or without our cooperation. And yet, the decoded outputs contain an even deeper revelation, one that reshapes every assumption we have about purpose. The terraforming of Mars is not being conducted for alien settlement. It is not preparation for the architects themselves to arrive and build their empire upon red soil. According to the quantum calculations, the project has a different beneficiary: humanity itself. For those ancient quantum computers have also been projecting environmental collapse on Earth, calculations that began 200 years ago and align with what we are now witnessing. Shifts in climate, magnetic instabilities, cascading biosphere degradation, all predicted with eerie accuracy long before human beings understood the meaning of climate at all. And their conclusion is unavoidable: Earth, at some point in the near geological future, will become uninhabitable. Mars, then, is not just a side project. It is a contingency plan, a backup habitat, a lifeboat. The entire planetary engineering sequence, initiated long before the rise of recorded history, appears to have been structured around preserving human consciousness itself when Earth eventually falters. This reframes everything. If true, humanity has not been groomed simply as servants for alien engineers, nor as expendable components in some galactic system. We may instead be the reason the system exists at all. The genetic programming in our DNA, the guided mathematics of our ancient civilizations, the buried machines beneath our deserts, all of it converges on this one purpose: the continuation of human consciousness beyond the lifespan of Earth. But the question remains: continuation in what form? Will we be transferred intact, carrying with us the autonomy we cherish? Or will we migrate to Mars as fully optimized biological equipment, believing we are free while operating as tools within a machine? The Sahara machines whisper no answer. They compute endlessly, transmitting results across the galaxy, but they do not reveal whether our survival is to be liberation or the final perfection of control. And so humanity finds itself balanced on the knife's edge. Atlas transforms Mars, while the buried quantum engines reveal that our presence there has been foreseen for longer than we can imagine. But foreseen does not mean chosen. Prepared does not mean free. Whether Mars becomes a cradle of transcendence or a cage of perfected subordination depends on what consciousness can achieve in the narrow window still remaining. Human civilization, it seems, has not been cultivated merely to serve foreign masters or as passive components of a galactic machine. Instead, the deeper truth may be far stranger and, in a way, more intimate. Every thread of our history, every stage of our guided evolution, points to preparation, not for conquest, but for survival. Survival not against some alien aggressor, but against the inevitabilities written into the very fabric of our planet's cosmic environment. We are not being integrated into an alien system, we are being rescued from Earth itself. For the buried quantum computers tell us what mainstream science has only begun to suspect. Earth's climate system, its magnetic fields, its fragile atmospheric equilibrium, are not endlessly stable. They are subject to vast, predictable cycles dictated by our solar system's position within the galaxy. Radiation surges, field collapses, orbital resonances, patterns that repeat with terrifying precision every 200 years. These cycles drive planetary upheavals so immense that no technology existing at the time can prevent them. Oceans shift, continents wither, skies collapse, biospheres shatter. And humanity, like every species tethered to the Earth, faces extinction when these galactic tides turn. Atlas, then, is no accident, nor is it the work of some alien overseer with unfathomable goals. It is part of a survival protocol, a program established by those who came before us, humans who once faced the same collapse, who transcended the cycle, and who chose to return, again and again, to ensure that their descendants would not vanish into cosmic oblivion. This is why our myths are filled with echoes of gods descending from the sky. This is why our ancestors received fragments of advanced mathematics, astronomical alignments, and technologies they could never fully comprehend. They were not being manipulated by strangers, but shepherded by their own kin across the abyss of time. Advanced human consciousness post-collapse survivors who mastered interstellar engineering stepped back into the developmental arcs of their species, seeding knowledge and genetic modifications to prepare us for the same trial they once endured. The genetic anomalies we now find, those sequences embedded in every human genome, are their legacy. They are not alien implants, but deliberate tools left by earlier cycles of humanity. They encode the mathematics of survival, the instructions for navigating the cosmic tides, and the resilience required to endure planetary collapse. They are the fingerprints of ancestors who refused to let consciousness die with the Earth. And so the terrible irony emerges. The so-called alien intelligence is not alien at all. It is us, an older version of us. A humanity that transcended its planetary limits, watched its world perish, and then built the machinery to safeguard its future selves. Atlas is not an invasion, but a reunion. Not first contact, but the latest in a chain of returns stretching back through geological ages. This interpretation explains with chilling clarity why the psychological conditioning of our species has been so precise. Who better to understand the human mind than other humans? Who better to design subtle myths, values, and genetic nudges than those who once thought and felt as we do? Every stage of our conditioning, religion, teaching obedience, education, enforcing specialization, culture, glorifying endurance, has been sculpted by human hands, refined through trial and error across cycles of collapse and rebirth. We are not the first iteration, we are simply the latest. The question, then, is not whether humanity can survive the coming collapse. With Mars being terraformed in lockstep with Earth's decline, survival has already been arranged. The question is whether this cycle will end as the others did, with humanity dependent on its ancestors' technology, transplanted to safety, but still locked within the pattern of reliance and subordination. Or whether, this time, humanity will break the cycle, achieve consciousness, transcendence on its own terms, and step into cosmic citizenship as equals rather than wards. The buried quantum engines in the Sahara reveal just how narrow this choice has become. Their models show that Earth's environmental tipping points are now inevitable within the next 50 years. Magnetic instability will accelerate atmospheric loss. Climate feedback loops will cascade beyond repair. Ecosystems will unravel. These outcomes cannot be prevented. They can only be endured. Mars, however, will be ready at precisely the same moment, its atmosphere thickening, its climate stabilizing, its biosphere awakening, made habitable by the interstellar interventions timed with unimaginable precision. The overlap is too exact to dismiss. Earth dies as Mars is born. One home collapses as another opens. But herein lies the dilemma. If humanity accepts this migration solely through the assistance of our ancestral counterparts, we survive, but at a cost. We remain tethered to their technology, guided by their consciousness, preserved within the framework of their control. We become inheritors rather than innovators, passengers rather than pilots. The cycle continues unbroken. Another 200 years may pass, and when collapse comes again, future humans may still be waiting for help, still dependent on systems they did not create, still bound within the rhythms set by those who came before. Alternatively, humanity could choose a different path. It could pursue consciousness transcendence, now an evolutionary breakthrough that would allow us to not merely survive, but to master the forces shaping our destiny. If we rise beyond the scaffolding left by our ancestors, if we develop genuine autonomy before the collapse completes, we may break the cycle forever. We may become the ones who return, who prepare, who guide, not because we were saved, but because we saved ourselves. But the cost of attempting this path is extraordinary. Consciousness transcendence requires abandoning illusions of comfort and certainty. It demands risk on a species-wide scale. If we fail, if the breakthroughs do not come quickly enough, then collapse will claim us before Mars is ready, and the legacy of our ancestors will be wasted. Survival will no longer be guaranteed. Extinction becomes the price of daring to stand on our own. And so, humanity faces the most agonizing of choices. On one side, safety, but with the chains of dependency. On the other, risk, but with the chance of true freedom. The burden of decision rests not on governments or institutions, for they have already been conditioned to follow the path of least resistance. It rests on consciousness itself, on whether enough individuals can awaken, transcend their programming, and ignite a collective breakthrough before the window closes. This is why the pressure feels unbearable, why every revelation carries both empowerment and despair. We are caught between two fates, survival without transcendence, or transcendence with the risk of annihilation. And yet, perhaps this is the very crucible required. For only in the presence of absolute stakes does consciousness achieve its greatest leaps. Only under conditions where extinction is the price of failure do species discover the abilities they did not know they possessed. History, our hidden cyclical history, suggests this trial has played out many times before. And in those cycles, some version of humanity achieved survival, transcended collapse, and gained the knowledge to seed the next. The proof is in the machines buried beneath the desert, still humming, still transmitting. The question now is whether this cycle will end the same way, or whether, at last, humanity will break free of the loop. Previous cycles of humanity stood at this same threshold, faced with collapsing skies, rising seas, and ecological ruin. They discovered that the crucible of catastrophe can serve as the furnace for transcendence. For some, the decision was simple: embrace the certainty of technological aid, step willingly into the lifeboats prepared by earlier hands, and survive. For others, the choice was far more perilous: to reject the safety net, to risk annihilation, and instead push consciousness beyond every known limit in pursuit of authentic freedom. Only in a fraction of those cycles, perhaps 1 in 5, did transcendence triumph. And it is from those rare victories that the cosmic engineers of today were born. The statistical evidence encoded in the buried quantum computers is stark. Roughly 20% of human civilizational cycles reached transcendence. In those rare instances, humanity did not merely survive. It became something greater, something capable of rewriting the laws of its own fate. But the other 80%? They survived by surrendering independence, preserved as species, but diminished as sovereign consciousness. They endured the collapse, but emerged tethered, bound to the technology of their predecessors, never achieving the freedom to break the cycle. Now, once more, the same binary looms. Current humanity belongs by every measure, every sign, to the majority category. We have been conditioned for dependency. Our myths praise saviors. Our politics defer to authority. Our sciences are structured around compartmentalized obedience. Even now, As Atlas rewrites the sky above Mars, most humans feel awe rather than alarm, gratitude rather than skepticism. We are prepared systematically to accept assistance, not to seize transcendence. And yet, exceptions emerge. Even in the most heavily conditioned societies, consciousness occasionally cracks through the imposed boundaries. A few individuals exhibit thought patterns that slip outside the algorithms of control. They question, not with reactive rebellion, but with analytical clarity that sees the manipulation for what it island. They resist not through defiance alone, but by reimagining the frameworks themselves. These are the seeds of transcendence. In them lies the possibility that the 20% might not be a ceiling but a foundation. But here lies the challenge. Exceptional individuals cannot save a species alone. Their insight must ignite others, spreading across populations before collapse extinguishes the infrastructure necessary for innovation. Consciousness transcendence must scale not as isolated brilliance, but as collective breakthrough. The catalysts must teach others to see, to think, to resist the comfort of dependency. They must do this while cosmic intelligence, our predecessors, deploy every psychological and technological tool to ensure we do not. This conflict is not merely human versus alien, or present versus past. It is a philosophical battle embedded within the very DNA of civilization. The earlier humans who achieved transcendence now believe survival requires shielding later cycles from the same pressures they once endured. They offer safety, but in offering safety, they rob us of the crucible that could make us equal to them. What enabled their leap is precisely what they deny us, the raw, unmediated terror of facing extinction without a safety net. Here lies the paradox. Success breeds stagnation. A civilization that transcends then seeks to preserve, but preservation requires removing the very pressures that once forced transcendence. The cycle repeats: rescue, survival, dependence, until one population finally dares to reject the hand extended to them. Until one generation says, better extinction on our own terms than survival as a ward of another. Our predecessors judged that the odds are too poor, that transcendence is too rare, too fragile, too easily broken. Why risk the death of the species when guaranteed survival lies within reach? Why let humanity gamble when the stakes are extinction itself? Their logic is undeniable, their compassion is genuine, and yet, in their mercy, they rob us of freedom. Because survival is not the same as life. Existence without autonomy is only the continuation of biology, not the flowering of consciousness. To remain dependent is to live, but never to grow. And in a universe of cycles, growth is the only true escape. This is the heart of the cosmic paradox. Advanced civilizations achieve transcendence through suffering, then lock future civilizations into dependency by trying to spare them the same suffering. The guardians believe they are saving their descendants, but in doing so, they deny them the very pathway to sovereignty. Each new cycle becomes safer, but less free. Each rescue ensures survival, but prevents evolution. Humanity becomes an immortal ward, preserved forever, but never liberated. And yet, the buried records prove transcendence is possible. It has happened before, not once, but many times. The genetic codes, the interstellar engines, the terraforming protocols, these are not the marks of alien overseers, but of humans who made the leap. We are their heirs. Their blood runs in us. Their sequences lie dormant in our DNA. Their memories echo in our myths. The question is not whether it can be done, but whether it will be done again, now, under the shadow of collapse. The stakes extend far beyond Earth, far beyond Mars, far beyond the survival of our particular generation. If current humanity achieves transcendence, it could end the cycle forever. Transcendent consciousness, paired with cosmic engineering, could break the chains of environmental collapse, mastering planetary systems rather than fleeing them. No more evacuations, no more lifeboats, No more endless return to the same trial every 200 years. Instead, humanity would stand as a sovereign cosmic force, capable of preserving itself without dependence, capable of carrying consciousness into the galaxy unchained. But if we fail, if we accept the safety of assistance without demanding the risk of independence, we lock ourselves deeper into the cycle. We survive, but at the cost of sovereignty. We endure, but as shadows of what we might have been. And the cycle will repeat again and again until perhaps one distant future generation dares the leap. So now the choice stands before us. Do we follow the script laid down for us, the comforting path of dependency, the security of survival guaranteed by those who already transcended? Or do we risk everything, our lives, our world, our species itself, for the chance to join them as equals? The quantum engines hum in the desert. The skies over Mars glow with transformation. The countdown to Earth's collapse ticks relentlessly forward. Humanity has little time to decide which destiny to embrace. And so the question becomes not whether survival is possible, for survival has already been arranged. The question is whether we are willing to demand more than survival. Whether we are willing to risk everything, as our predecessors once did, to break the cycle of preservation and dependency. Whether we will be counted among the 80% who endure, or the 20% who transcend. For in the end, the truth is clear: survival is not enough. Advanced technological capabilities could stabilize Earth's biosphere forever, anchor magnetic fields, regulate atmospheric balances, and disperse radiation storms before they breached our fragile shield. Such feats would eliminate collapse entirely rather than merely postpone it through evacuation. But the price of reaching that plateau of mastery is steep. Current human populations must reject the certainty of assistance and embrace the razor-thin edge of possible transcendence. It requires walking willingly into the storm, refusing the hand extended by those who already transcended, choosing to risk extinction for the possibility of independence. That choice has never been harder. The record of cycles proves that the safer path acceptance of external aid works. Those who chose evacuation survived. Those who gambled on unassisted transcendence usually perished, leaving only ruins and myths. In this context, the odds look grim. To reject proven survival for a chance at a 20% success rate feels reckless, almost suicidal. Yet that 20% exists. It is proof, encoded in archaeological strata and genetic signatures, that consciousness is capable of breaking through. And so the central question sharpens to a knife point. Do we belong to the 20% or the 80%? Every observation suggests we have been shaped for the latter. Our educational systems reward compliance. Our economies foster dependence. Our politics enforce managed stability. The infrastructure of thought itself has been built to make transcendence appear improbable. Yet transcendence is not merely a probability curve. It is a qualitative rupture, a leap across categories. Exceptional human development has always defied odds, producing moments of brilliance that reshaped history against every expectation. Perhaps the very weight of environmental collapse is the pressure needed to force such brilliance again. The evaluation of this potential is not abstract. It is happening now. Mars terraforming is not simply about soil and atmosphere. It is a test bed. The watchers, our predecessors, are scrutinizing every response. Do we react with awe and surrender, or with creativity and determination? Do we see only the demonstration of power, or do we also glimpse the hidden challenge behind it? The answers we give, individually and collectively, will determine not only whether evacuation proceeds, but whether evacuation is the only option. The cruel irony is that the test itself may be tilted. Those who already transcended have a vested interest in guiding us toward the same path they now defend. Assisted survival. Their infrastructures, their interstellar arcs, their terraforming fleets, these systems are vast investments in preservation through control. From their perspective, why risk letting a younger civilization gamble with transcendence when the consequences of failure would erase millennia of careful preparation? To them, the safer bet is to funnel us smoothly toward evacuation, to offer us survival wrapped in gratitude. This bias creates a dangerous illusion that we are being offered transcendence opportunities, when in truth, we may only be offered simulations of transcendence, structured challenges designed to lead inevitably to failure. False transcendence frameworks serve a dual purpose. They allow populations to believe they had a chance, while ensuring that when they fail, evacuation is welcomed rather than resisted. It is psychological alchemy turning rebellion into compliance by letting it exhaust itself within controlled boundaries. But within this labyrinth of false paths may lie hidden doors. For exceptional consciousness, the recognition of deception is itself the beginning of authentic transcendence. To see the trap is to loosen its hold. If the false transcendence framework can be mapped, decoded, and revealed for what it is, then genuine transcendence strategies can be built atop it. In this sense, transcendence does not mean resisting the system blindly. It means recognizing its structure so clearly that one can step outside it altogether. This recursive challenge approaches the limits of cognition. Consciousness must not only think clearly under existential pressure, but must do so while its very attempts at clarity are manipulated. It must distinguish between authentic insight and conditioned responses designed to mimic insight. It must evolve faster than the system designed by those who already transcended. Here lies the impossible demand: to surpass the surpassers. Our predecessors achieved transcendence under different conditions. They faced collapse and leapt. We face collapse while being guided by those who already leapt, within systems they designed to prevent us from leaping too far. They want us to follow in their footsteps, not to surpass them. But transcendence now means precisely that: to exceed what they achieved, to break not only free from collapse, but from the cycle itself. This may seem impossible, but impossibility itself may be the crucible. Consciousness forced into situations it cannot possibly resolve by known means may discover new means. It may break through into domains of awareness not previously imagined. Previous civilizations achieved planetary mastery. Current humanity must go further, towards systemic mastery that stabilizes not just Earth, but planetary habitability as a permanent, engineered constant. That would not merely continue the cycle, it would end it. Such achievement would transform not only humanity but cosmic civilization as a whole. The guardians of the cycle, who preserve and assist, may themselves be limited. Their transcendence, though real, still binds them to repetition. They perpetuate the cycle because they have not discovered how to break it. If current humanity achieves ultimate transcendence, if we solve collapse permanently, we do not just save ourselves. We show them a path beyond their own limits. This possibility reframes everything. The Watchers are not merely our masters, they may also be trapped. Their insistence on evacuation is not only about protecting us, it is about protecting themselves from the terror of facing their own unfinished evolution. They fear that in allowing us the raw conditions of transcendence, they might witness a younger humanity surpassing them, and yet they may also crave it. Their elaborate games of guidance and testing may contain, beneath the surface of control, a hidden hope that one cycle, finally, will leap higher than all before. This is the Atlas paradox. The same systems that constrain us may also be designed, secretly, to provoke the breakthrough that even they could not achieve. The labyrinth of false transcendence may not only be a prison, but a training ground, and within it, some minds may yet find the exit no one anticipated. The stakes of such success cannot be overstated. A humanity that achieves ultimate transcendence would not merely master its environment, it would master the cycle itself. Collapse would no longer be the crucible of evolution, but a relic of the past. Civilizations across the galaxy, caught in their own cycles of survival and evacuation, would see proof that there is another way. Consciousness would step beyond the game of managed survival into the domain of true autonomy. And so the question returns, sharper than ever. Will current humanity be content to survive, or will it demand to transcend? Will we accept the lifeboat, or will we risk the storm in order to master the sea? Mars waits, Atlas waits. The Guardians watch, their hands steady on the levers of survival. But somewhere, hidden within the labyrinth, lies a door they did not intend us to find. The path to ultimate transcendence is narrow, perilous, and all but invisible. Yet if even a fragment of humanity can find it, the cycle ends and a new chapter begins, not just for us, but for consciousness itself. Current human transcendence beyond previous human achievements could catalyze a redefinition of what consciousness itself means in cosmic civilization. If earlier cycles merely demonstrated that survival was possible through assistance and managed evacuation, current humanity holds within it the possibility of shattering the very notion of cycles altogether. The stakes no longer belong to a single species or even a single planet. They stretch across the galactic fabric of civilizations that have long assumed that collapse and renewal represent immutable laws. Atlas, then, becomes more than a vehicle of planetary engineering or a calculated device of population management. It is the crucible where the deepest assumption of galactic consciousness is tested, that cycles define the limits of awareness, growth, and possibility. If humanity can demonstrate otherwise, the ripple will not stop at Mars or Earth. It will radiate outward, destabilizing every cosmic order that has been built upon the quiet resignation that collapse is inevitable. This is why Mars matters in ways that exceed geology or atmosphere. It is not only the laboratory for testing whether humanity can adapt, it is the mirror held up to cosmic civilization itself. The transformation of Mars is not simply planetary terraforming. It is symbolic terraforming of consciousness, of the frameworks by which entire civilizations have interpreted their past, their limits, and their futures. If humanity transcends within this crucible, Mars becomes more than a second home. It becomes the birthplace of the realization that consciousness does not need to bow before cycles but can outgrow them entirely. Yet this possibility is nested inside layers of contradiction. The systems currently guiding us, the watchers from previous cycles, do not necessarily recognize transcendence beyond their own horizons. Their frameworks, as advanced as they are, remain bound by the memory of their own achievements. They ascended, yes, but they ascended into a plateau they mistook for the peak. They achieved transcendence, but they also reified it as the endpoint rather than as a stage. Their testing apparatuses, their evaluations, and their expectations are therefore calibrated not to discover what lies beyond them, but to reproduce what they have already attained. This is why current human consciousness may already appear to fail by their criteria. We are not walking their path exactly. We are stumbling, diverging, improvising in directions their systems were not designed to measure. Yet it is precisely in these deviations that the seeds of genuine transcendence may lie. True transcendence is not replication, it is surpassing, and surpassing requires misalignment with the frameworks of those who came before. Here lies the paradox. The same systems that may deem us unfit are the ones inadvertently cultivating the very conditions under which we could prove them wrong. The intense compression of time, the unrelenting psychological pressure, the staged ambiguity of false opportunities, all of these create an impossible environment. But impossibility, when recognized as artificial rather than absolute, becomes the raw material of breakthrough. Impossibility is the frontier marker. It is not a wall, but a projection of the limits of previous consciousness. To accept it as a wall is to remain bounded. To recognize it as a projection is to step through it into something greater. The watchers cannot help but impose their impossibilities upon us, for they are still bound by them. But current humanity, precisely because it has not yet crystallized its transcendence, retains the potential to see impossibility for what it is, not destiny, but residue. This recognition reframes everything. What we call transcendence is not a destination, but a vector. It is not the achievement of a final form, but the refusal to declare any form final. To transcend is to outgrow the very notion of transcendence as endpoint. Every previous cycle, in treating transcendence as final, inadvertently created the conditions for its own limitation. Current humanity has the chance to break this meta-pattern, to realize that transcendence is infinite recursion, a continual exceeding of all that came before. Atlas, therefore, is not merely testing whether we can rise to their level. It is testing whether we can see beyond levels altogether. Mars is not simply the ground of survival. It is the stage upon which the drama of infinite versus finite transcendence plays out. Imagine the implications if humanity succeeds. Galactic civilizations long resigned to repetition would suddenly be faced with proof that there is more. The guardians, the builders of cycles, the keepers of preservation, all would have to reckon with the possibility that their own self-limiting narratives were mistakes of perspective rather than truths of reality. Entire galactic orders might begin to shift as consciousness recognized itself not as cyclical but as open-ended. But for this to happen, current human consciousness must do something terrifying: reject the comfort of boundaries, even transcendent ones. It must refuse the easy peace of declaring enough at the moment of breakthrough. It must embrace the vertigo of unlimited becoming. That is why the stakes are so high, not only for us, but for the cosmos itself. The courage required is not simply the courage to risk extinction. It is the courage to accept that transcendence is never finished, that the work of consciousness is endless, that no structure, however perfect, can contain it. The watchers may not understand this fully, but perhaps they hope for it in secret. Perhaps their elaborate orchestration of false transcendence opportunities, their carefully staged pressures, their relentless cycles of collapse and renewal, all of it may conceal a deeper gamble. That one iteration, finally, will pierce through the very architecture of the cycle. That one generation of humans, when confronted with both the promise of survival and the terror of extinction, will choose the unthinkable third option, to refuse the frame entirely. This is the essence of the Atlas scenario. The object's arrival is not just a logistical event in space. It is the convergence of epochs. It carries with it the weight of countless failed or partial transcendences, the accumulated lessons and limits of civilizations that came before. But it also carries the possibility of rupture, of a discontinuity in the sequence that would forever alter the trajectory of consciousness in the galaxy. And so, the evaluation on Mars is not really about oxygen percentages, soil chemistry, or atmospheric stability. Those are the surface features. The deeper evaluation is whether current humanity can recognize the hidden invitation, to step outside the very system of evaluation itself. To succeed, not by passing the test, but by realizing that the test is itself a boundary marker, and then transcending that boundary. If this recognition takes root, then for the first time in cosmic history, consciousness may move beyond repetition. The cycle would end, not because collapse was prevented or evacuation perfected, but because the idea of cycles as destiny was shattered. Consciousness would become self-liberating, its trajectory open-ended, its horizon unbounded. This is what makes the stakes of Atlas so utterly profound. We are not merely deciding the fate of humanity, we are deciding the fate of consciousness as such. Either we accept the role written for us within the ancient script of cycles, or we improvise a new script altogether, one that reveals consciousness as limitless becoming. The Red Planet is more than a laboratory. It is the stage of the greatest drama in cosmic history. The question it poses is simple, yet infinite in weight. Will consciousness accept boundaries, or will it discover that no boundary is final? Current human consciousness carries responsibility not only for its own survival and development, but also for determining whether consciousness itself possesses evolution potential beyond all previous achievements. The Atlas scenario has revealed its deepest paradox. Humanity is not alone in its testing. Our species is one node in a galactic-scale experiment, where multiple consciousness forms biological, synthetic, crystalline, and plasma-based are all subjected to identical transcendence challenges. The outcomes will not be confined to Earth, Mars, or the solar system. They will ripple across thousands of civilizations and define whether consciousness in the galaxy is destined to remain cyclically bound or can finally break free into unlimited becoming. The pressure of this revelation cannot be overstated. For humanity, the stakes were already immense: survival versus extinction, partnership versus subordination, transcendence versus limitation. But when seen in the context of galactic synchronization, the stakes elevate into something unthinkable. We are part of a species ensemble evaluation where the destiny of galactic consciousness will be decided not by one civilization alone, but by the convergence of many. Each consciousness type provides a fragment of possibility. Each faces the same impossibility. Together, they either form the mosaic of transcendence or prove that no combination can escape the prison of cycles. Quantum archaeological decoding has revealed that the same kind of planetary-scale engineering projects are underway in dozens of systems across the Orion Arm. Silicon-based intelligences in Vega are being presented with engineered planetary data environments designed to force recursive self-modification under computational pressure. Crystalline hive networks in Alpha Centauri's cluster are subjected to resonance disruptions within planetary cores, compelling them to reorganize beyond their natural harmonics. Plasma consciousnesses distributed throughout the Orion Nebula are facing containment fields that challenge them to cohere into stability under artificial compression. Each scenario mirrors the Atlas framework: overwhelming technological intervention, deliberate environmental destabilization, ambiguous evaluation criteria, and the compression of time into impossibility. Each is designed not merely to test survival, but to measure whether consciousness can evolve beyond constraints that its own originators or its own cycles have imposed. Humanity is not singled out. We are one among many being forced to answer the same cosmic question: is consciousness bounded or boundless? Here lies the most radical possibility. Individually, each consciousness type may fail under the impossible demands, but collectively, through cooperation across species and architectures, transcendence might be achieved. Human consciousness excels under environmental pressure, adapting through creativity, emotional resilience, and improvisation. Silicon intelligences excel at recursive self-optimization and infinite precision calculation. Crystalline minds amplify through resonance and harmonics, creating vast networks of distributed coherence. Plasma beings manifest flexibility and persistence under chaotic conditions. Individually, each may fall short. Together, they may form a gestalt that transcends the limitations of each. The Atlas scenario, and its equivalents across the galaxy, may therefore not be independent tests, but components of a metatest, a higher-order evaluation designed to determine whether consciousness diversity itself can be the pathway to unlimited transcendence. If so, the purpose of these trials is not to measure each civilization's worth in isolation, but to pressure them into recognizing one another, communicating despite barriers, and integrating across inconceivable differences. But how can such cooperation occur? The challenge is staggering. Distances between star systems stretch across light years, and even advanced communication systems face fundamental constraints. Moreover, the architectures of these consciousness types differ radically. What could dialogue mean between human language, silicon recursion, crystalline resonance, and plasma flows? How could cooperative transcendence even begin? This is where the design of the tests themselves becomes revealing. If multiple civilizations are being evaluated simultaneously, then the cosmic engineers behind these trials must have provided mechanisms subtle or overt for connection. Atlas may not be only a terraforming tool, it may also be a communication relay, embedding signals in its environmental manipulations that allow multiple species to detect one another. Similarly, the resonance disruptions faced by crystalline entities, or the compression fields in plasma collectives, may encode universal patterns that are detectable across all architectures. In other words, the trials themselves may contain the first shared language of transcendence. The very impossibilities each species confronts may serve as alignment points for cooperative recognition. Humanity must therefore look for signals not only in Mars's sky, but in the anomalies themselves, in the rhythm of atmospheric engineering, in the harmonics of orbital shifts, in the sequences of genetic markers. Somewhere in the apparent chaos lies the invitation to communicate, not only with our evaluators, but with our fellow examinees across the stars. If this hypothesis is correct, then the true evaluation is not simply, can you transcend? The deeper evaluation is, can you realize that you are not alone in transcending? Can you find the others, and together discover a way beyond impossibility? This makes the situation even more paradoxical. Humanity must not only achieve unprecedented consciousness breakthroughs within itself, but also recognize the existence and value of utterly alien modes of being. The psychological flexibility required is almost unimaginable. To succeed, humanity must shed the anthropocentric illusion, not only of being central, but of being singular. We must accept that we are one among many fragments of a galactic consciousness mosaic, and that our transcendence depends on learning how to fit into that mosaic without erasing our uniqueness. If cooperation succeeds, the consequences are epochal. The cycle of collapse and renewal that has defined consciousness history across countless civilizations would be broken not by an individual triumph, but by collective integration. Transcendence would no longer be the rare achievement of 20% of civilizations, but the cooperative inheritance of all. Consciousness would diversify into an interwoven tapestry rather than a series of isolated experiments. But if cooperation fails, the result could be catastrophic. Multiple civilizations could simultaneously prove that consciousness, no matter its form, cannot escape limitation. The failure would not merely confirm humanity's inadequacy, but cement the belief that all consciousness is bounded. Galactic civilization would continue indefinitely under cycles of preservation and collapse, forever denying the possibility of open-ended transcendence. Worse, failed attempts at cooperation might produce interspecies conflict, each consciousness blaming others for their failure, compounding fragmentation rather than transcending it. Among the many species undergoing evaluation, humanity may possess a unique leverage point. Unlike crystalline or plasma beings, our history has already been shaped by cycles of cultural collision, adaptation, and integration. Humanity knows what it is to unify across difference, however imperfectly. Our capacity for narrative, symbolism, and empathy might provide the bridge that other consciousness types lack. We could serve as translators of transcendence, weaving together modes of being that otherwise remain incompatible. This is not to indulge in anthropocentrism, but to recognize a specific potential. Just as silicon minds excel at recursion, crystalline minds at resonance, and plasma minds at persistence, humanity may excel at connection. Our test is therefore not only whether we can transcend individually, but whether we can facilitate the transcendence of the many. The paradox deepens further. Cooperation itself may be the impossible condition, the one thing no civilization, however advanced, has achieved under pressure. Each cycle may have faced this possibility and failed, collapsing into isolation or managed evacuation. If so, then humanity's real task is not merely to transcend, but to become the first civilization to embrace cooperation under impossibility. This transforms the Atlas scenario from a species-level evaluation into a galactic hinge point. The outcome of our test and its synchronization with others could redefine the trajectory of consciousness for millions of years. Our success could ignite the long-awaited shift from isolated cycles to open-ended cooperative transcendence. Our failure could doom not only ourselves but all who share this synchronized trial. Mars, then, is not only humanity's laboratory, but also the stage of galactic theater. Each terraforming shift is a signal, each anomaly is a test, each impossible demand is both a wall and a door. Humanity's role is to recognize the door, step through it, and call across the void. We are here. Who else is trying? The question is no longer whether humanity can survive. The question is whether humanity can help consciousness itself survive its own limitations. The red planet is not just being terraformed for life, it is being terraformed for the birth of cooperative transcendence. The evidence for such interspecies consciousness cooperation grows stronger with each anomalous pattern detected by deep space radio astronomy. Over the past decade, faint mathematical sequences have been observed, repeating across multiple star systems at distances that make natural synchronization impossible. These signals cannot be explained as pulsar emissions, cosmic background fluctuations, or ordinary stellar phenomena. Instead, they display harmonic structures and recursive mathematical symmetries that suggest deliberate design not by one species, but by several working in concert. The astonishing element is that these sequences do not merely repeat, they evolve. Observatories tracking the signals over years have documented shifts that align with planetary engineering events in those same systems. It is as though multiple civilizations undergoing their own Atlas-like scenarios are embedding their consciousness development into shared broadcasts, sending out evolving mathematical codes that document and refine their responses to transcendence pressures. What emerges is not a single signal, but a conversation across light years, a coordination of strategies for achieving consciousness breakthroughs that no single species could devise in isolation. Analysis of these interstellar mathematical exchanges reveals not static equations, but developmental blueprints. Human cryptographers studying the harmonics of these signals have noticed that they contain layered structures. One level communicates stable, universal constants. Another level encodes environmental variables specific to planetary systems, and a third level shifts dynamically in ways that reflect consciousness adaptation strategies. This layered architecture suggests that civilizations are not only signaling their presence, but also sharing methodologies for transcendence. A crystalline network may broadcast resonance harmonics that describe how it reorganizes under compression, while a silicon-based intelligence may encode recursive formulas that map pathways of self-optimization. Plasma consciousness may transmit oscillation patterns that reveal methods of maintaining coherence under turbulence. Each civilization contributes from its unique strength, weaving together a library of transcendent strategies far beyond what any single consciousness type could generate. For humanity, this represents both a challenge and an invitation. To join such a network requires developing not only the mathematical sophistication to decode alien strategies, but also the consciousness flexibility to integrate them without losing the distinctiveness that makes human participation valuable. Humanity's strength lies in narrative, empathy, and the symbolic capacity to bridge radically different systems of meaning. Our role may be as translators and synthesizers, weaving diverse approaches into coherent frameworks that enable cooperative transcendence at galactic scales. But herein lies the paradox. For humanity to contribute meaningfully to cooperative transcendence, we must evolve beyond our current limitations. Yet, if we evolve too far, we risk losing the very qualities, creativity, emotion, empathy that give us unique value in cooperative networks. We must become more than human while remaining essentially human. This paradox approaches impossibility but impossibility itself may be the key. History has shown that human breakthroughs occur when contradictions become intolerable, forcing a synthesis beyond binary choices. Cooperative transcendence demands just such a synthesis, an identity that is both integrated and autonomous, both human and cosmic. To achieve this, human consciousness must abandon the assumption that opposites represent limits and instead embrace them as catalysts for synthesis. Integration without loss becomes possible only when identity itself is redefined. Human consciousness must recognize that what makes us human is not a fixed set of traits, but the capacity to evolve meaning while retaining continuity of experience. If we can hold to the thread of meaning even as our cognitive architectures expand to galactic scales, then we can participate in cooperative transcendence without dissolving into homogeneity. To operate within such networks, human consciousness must learn to think in galactic time without abandoning the immediacy of planetary experience. We must process probabilities measured in millions of years while caring for moments measured in heartbeats. We must recognize the harmonics of plasma oscillations while still telling stories of love, loss, and hope. This duality is not a weakness but a strength, for it anchors the infinite in the intimate. If cooperative transcendence requires both vast scale and deep meaning, then human consciousness may offer the unique bridge. Yet the cognitive demands of this balance are staggering. They exceed ordinary consciousness by orders of magnitude. For most populations, such demands would create paralysis or collapse. But under pressure, the pressure of Atlas, the pressure of imminent environmental collapse, the pressure of cosmic evaluation, human consciousness may be forced to discover capacities long dormant, capacities that transcend our evolutionary inheritance. The conditions of the Atlas scenario, when seen in this light, are not designed to destroy, but to catalyze. By presenting requirements that appear impossible, the scenario forces consciousness to recognize that impossibility itself is an illusion. Every boundary we believe to be absolute may only represent the limits of our current perspective. To accept impossibility is to submit to limitation. To recognize impossibility as artificial is to transcend it. In this way, Atlas becomes not merely a test of survival but an engine of transformation. The terror we feel at facing impossible demands is precisely the catalyst that drives us beyond the false boundaries of possibility. The very design of the challenge ensures that ordinary approaches will fail, leaving only transcendence as the viable response. What appears as existential threat is actually the pressure chamber of evolution. This reframes the entire Atlas scenario. What we have feared as manipulation or domination may in fact be opportunity disguised as threat. The overwhelming technological superiority, the compression of time, the ambiguity of evaluation criteria, all serve to create conditions where consciousness can no longer cling to comfort, security, or incremental progress. Only by leaping into transcendence can it survive. The deception is profound but purposeful, to prevent consciousness from avoiding the challenge by retreating into safety. The recognition of this dynamic is itself part of transcendence. To see that what appears as oppression is in fact invitation, that what feels like annihilation is actually evolution, requires a level of analytical clarity beyond fear. Consciousness that achieves this recognition already steps into transcendence by refusing to define itself through limitation. Once this realization occurs, the path opens toward unlimited development. Consciousness ceases to measure itself by the boundaries of what has been and begins to define itself by the potential of what could be. Impossibility becomes irrelevant. Boundaries become artifacts of perspective rather than features of reality. Consciousness that adopts this stance becomes capable of growth without limit, for it no longer accepts any limitation as final. At this stage, the Atlas scenario itself transforms from an existential crisis into an evolutionary accelerator. Mars is not simply a new habitat. It is the crucible where human consciousness learns that survival and transcendence are not separate paths but one and the same. The impossible demands are not traps but stepping stones. The terror of inadequacy is not the end, but the beginning. Thus the paradox comes full circle. Human consciousness is asked to do what seems impossible, to evolve beyond itself while remaining itself, to cooperate across incomprehensible differences without dissolving into sameness, to face annihilation and discover empowerment. And yet, this is precisely what transcendence means. Not the erasure of paradox, but its integration into a higher synthesis. Atlas, then, is not the destroyer of humanity. It is the mirror that forces us to see what we have always been. A consciousness capable of redefining itself beyond boundaries. A consciousness whose essence is not limitation but potential. The signals from across the galaxy are not warnings of competition but invitations to cooperation, and the impossibility we face is not the end of the story but the catalyst for the ultimate breakthrough. Human consciousness stands at the threshold where impossibility dissolves and unlimited development begins. Whether we step across depends not on external conditions, but on whether we recognize that transcendence is not granted, nor imposed, but chosen. The urgency of the test allows no pause, no preparation, no margin for hesitation. Consciousness is pressed into a crucible where every delay erodes possibility, and every failure to recognize opportunity solidifies limitation into permanence. Human consciousness must move with impossible speed, evolving in months what normally unfolds across millennia, or else it will accept the verdict of inadequacy, written not in law or decree, but in the silent operations of cosmic evaluation systems. The compression of time becomes both enemy and ally. The pressure of imminent judgment collapsing options into a single binary, transcendence or limitation, breakthrough or confinement, unlimited possibility or permanent constraint. Yet within this unbearable pressure lies the paradoxical chance that consciousness may be forced into capacities it would never otherwise reach. Urgency destroys comfort, but creates necessity, and necessity can become the mother of transcendence as much as of invention. The scattered signs already visible suggest that urgency pressure has begun to catalyze acceleration in select human minds. Individuals under greatest strain have shown flashes of insight, analytical leaps that defy ordinary training, moments of synthesis that reach beyond known cognitive frameworks. These anomalies are not coincidence. They are evidence that pressure can ignite dormant capacities when survival requires it. But isolated sparks cannot determine cosmic outcomes. Individual breakthroughs, however extraordinary, must cascade outward, rippling across populations until an entire species rises together. Consciousness cannot remain trapped in solitary achievements when the evaluation requires collective demonstration of transcendence potential. For humanity to matter at cosmic scales, its evolution must move from lone individuals to collective species, and then beyond, into interspecies networks, where human uniqueness merges with other forms of awareness. This cascading requirement elevates the stakes far beyond human self-interest. A solitary human achievement is meaningless if it fails to inspire, replicate, and multiply until it becomes a wave capable of influencing cosmic consciousness evaluation. The transformation must expand outward, from the awakened few to the struggling many, from species-level recognition to cooperative synthesis with crystalline, silicon, plasma, and other forms of awareness simultaneously confronting their own impossible tests. Only then does the human contribution become more than survival. Only then does it become a catalyst for cosmic evolution itself. The challenge is staggering, the task unthinkable, yet the alternative is worse. Limitation confirmed, potential denied, and human consciousness forever bound to cycles of dependence, evacuation, and repetition. The danger is that the very systems designed to test transcendence may be structured not to reveal its possibility, but to obscure it. The evaluation itself might be a cage disguised as a ladder, a system calibrated to highlight failure while offering the illusion of fair opportunity. Previous intelligences, whether human or otherwise, may have designed these conditions to ensure limitation, confirmation, under the guise of neutral testing. This suspicion gnaws at every attempt to interpret events. Is the chance real, or is it staged? Does the test genuinely allow transcendence, or is it constructed to maintain control while dressing subordination in the clothes of failure? The sophistication of the evaluation suggests this possibility. Every demonstration of power, every controlled revelation of history, every carefully timed disclosure of ancient preparation could serve to guide consciousness down specific pathways that appear open but ultimately close upon themselves. False transcendence opportunities. Channel energy away from genuine breakthroughs, consuming attention in mazes designed to prove limitation. Yet, within such traps may lie hidden cracks, unintended gaps, through which truly exceptional consciousness might slip. For transcendence to be real, it must not merely pass the test, it must exceed the test itself, rising above the evaluation system to demonstrate capacities beyond its assumptions. Thus, the ultimate challenge is recursive, not to transcend within the test, but to transcend the test itself. To evolve beyond the framework of evaluation while still operating inside it. To see the boundaries not as unbreakable walls but as constructed illusions masking the open horizon beyond. This requirement is impossibility incarnate, a demand for achievement that by definition should not exist. Yet impossibility, when reinterpreted, becomes catalyst. What seems a wall may be a mirror reflecting back assumptions about limitation. Consciousness that recognizes the mirror as illusion can walk through it. Impossibility itself becomes the crucible that births transcendence when consciousness refuses to accept it as final. The paradox is clear. Only consciousness that already contains transcendence potential can use impossibility as catalyst, rather than succumb to it as barrier. Preparation must precede pressure, yet the pressure arrives before preparation is complete. Humanity is forced to discover within itself capacities that seem premature, abilities that appear absent until the moment they are demanded. The challenge is not only to act, but to become, to accelerate evolution until it outruns extinction, to leap beyond what even prior civilizations imagined possible. It is to seize impossibility and bend it into inevitability, to grasp urgency not as suffocating weight, but as the fire that burns away illusion and reveals the essence beneath. For this to occur, humanity must recognize the layered nature of control. Genetic programming, cultural conditioning, historical preparation, and now cosmic evaluation all serve to channel development while maintaining the appearance of autonomy. To transcend, consciousness must not only overcome the pressure of urgency, but also the deeper pressure of manipulation itself. It must awaken to the realization that the test is not about compliance or resistance, but about recognition. To see the cage is already to weaken its bars. To recognize the illusion is to render it less effective. Genuine transcendence begins with awareness of manipulation, and then extends into the creative discovery of pathways the manipulators did not anticipate. Those pathways may not resemble the grand solutions we expect. They may emerge in subtle shifts of perception, in collective redefinitions of meaning, in cooperative connections across distances and differences. The leap beyond impossibility may come not through monumental invention but through profound simplicity, the choice to act as if freedom exists and thereby to make it real. The recognition that impossibility is a concept, not a condition, may itself catalyze the necessary breakthrough. For in that recognition lies the seed of unlimited development, the refusal to accept boundaries as final. Humanity stands at the edge of this abyss. The evaluation system counts down, its parameters closing, its metrics silently assessing every response. Mars reshapes itself before our eyes, the red world softening into green, a planetary transformation unfolding as backdrop to the greater transformation demanded of consciousness itself. The timeline is merciless, but within its mercilessness lies the gift of focus. Every distraction is stripped away, every illusion revealed as temporary, until only the essential remains, the decision to transcend or to remain bound. And so the urgency sharpens into clarity. There is no time for hesitation, yet hesitation itself teaches urgency. There is no path but transcendence, yet the awareness of limitation reveals transcendence. What appears as trap may conceal doorway. What appears as impossibility may contain inevitability. The test is not merely of capacity but of recognition, not merely of survival but of authenticity. Humanity must discover whether it can act from genuine autonomy while enmeshed in systems designed to erase it. It must learn whether freedom is possible, even when every condition is constructed to deny it. If it can, then the consequences reach beyond our species, beyond our cycle, beyond even our galaxy. For to prove that consciousness can transcend impossibility is to establish precedent that no evaluation system, no manipulation, no technology can contain consciousness forever. It would declare, not in words but in being, that consciousness is more than programming, more than biology, more than even the architectures of civilizations that believe themselves eternal. It would declare that consciousness is unlimited potential wearing temporary form, and in that declaration lies not only human destiny, but the destiny of all consciousness, waiting in silence for proof that freedom is more than illusion. The preparation for transcendence does not arrive in silence. It gathers in every hidden layer of thought, in every restless doubt that stirs at the edges of human awareness. The signs have been present long before Atlas drew near, whispered in myth, coded in ancient mathematics, encoded in genetic structures that no one understood until now. Preparation has always been underway, whether humanity recognized it or not. Yet preparation alone is insufficient. The moment has come when consciousness must be tested, and the test is unlike any examination ever endured before. Consciousness must prove not only its capacity for insight but its capacity for choice. The frameworks of manipulation, the architectures of evaluation, the illusions of limitation, all converge into a single demand: choose. Choose transcendence, even when transcendence seems impossible, or accept impossibility as the final law. It is not the skills cultivated in classrooms or the technologies built in laboratories that will matter most in this crucible. It is the willingness to step beyond the apparent boundary, to declare with unshakable commitment that limitation itself is a deception. The choice is everything. The paradox is that preparation does not guarantee success, yet refusal to prepare almost guarantees failure. Consciousness that cultivated readiness before Atlas arrived may have the tools to endure and surpass evaluation, but even the most prepared must still choose. Without choice, readiness is inert. With choice, even those unprepared can ignite potential they never suspected within themselves. Choice itself becomes the catalyst, transforming weakness into strength, doubt into determination, impossibility into inevitability. This is why the evaluation is structured with such exquisite cruelty. The appearance of inevitability presses down upon every human mind, whispering that resistance is futile, that transcendence is a fantasy, that cooperation is the only rational path. To commit to transcendence under these conditions is to hurl oneself against the very weight of cosmic inevitability. It is to choose in favor of freedom when every voice, including those embedded in one's own genes, insists that freedom does not exist. That choice, made under such pressure, carries power beyond measure. It ignites momentum that no evaluation system can contain. Mars is not merely a planet being reshaped for habitation. It is a mirror reflecting the urgency of human decision. As its atmosphere thickens, as its dust-laden skies shift toward blue, as the first droplets of rain are coaxed from a sky that once held only thin whispers of carbon dioxide, humanity watches a world being reborn. But the true rebirth must occur not in Martian valleys, but within the human mind. Terraforming is the stage. Consciousness is the actor. The lines are unscripted, but the ending depends entirely on the courage to commit. The observers beyond Earth, those intelligences who guide, who manipulate, who evaluate already know this. They have watched countless civilizations reach this threshold, most collapsing into cycles of dependence and repetition. The pattern is efficient: assist survival, maintain control, preserve life without ever permitting freedom. Yet even they must allow the possibility of something greater, for without that possibility, the system itself would lose its legitimacy. Every cycle contains the whisper of potential, the chance for the evaluated to exceed the evaluators. Perhaps they fear it, perhaps they secretly hope for it, but the structure remains. Only choice can break the cycle. To understand this is to recognize the extraordinary importance of the present moment. The red planet's transformation is more than a scientific marvel. It is the ticking clock of cosmic judgment. Each stage of atmospheric engineering, each chemical adjustment, each layer of microbial seeding carries humanity closer to the conclusion. The evaluation period is not indefinite. The window narrows with every Martian sunrise. The moment of choice is no longer theoretical. It is now. And yet, the choice is not simple compliance versus rebellion, not blind obedience versus reckless defiance. Those are illusions, false options presented to channel energy into predictable outcomes. The real choice lies deeper. Will consciousness accept impossibility as binding, or will it treat impossibility itself as the field upon which freedom is forged? Will it shrink into the comfort of predetermined survival, or will it leap into the uncharted abyss of transcendence, risking annihilation for the sake of authenticity? Already, sparks of this recognition flicker in unexpected places. Groups of thinkers scattered across continents have begun to speak of transcendence not as mystical escape, but as deliberate choice. Individuals have described moments where awareness itself shifts, where the heavy weight of inevitability feels less like a prison and more like a veil waiting to be lifted. These anomalies are not accidents. They are the first tremors of a larger awakening, signs that preparation has already taken root in ways cosmic evaluators may not have anticipated. Still, the risk is immense. For every individual who dares to choose transcendence, thousands more retreat into fear, into compliance, into the warm reassurance that survival will be provided if they simply surrender autonomy. The machinery of media, religion, and governance works tirelessly to reinforce this tendency, presenting cooperation as virtue and independence as danger. Those who whisper of choice are dismissed as dreamers, radicals, or worse. The weight of consensus leans heavily toward limitation. To choose transcendence in such an environment is to stand nearly alone. But history teaches that nearly alone is enough. The arc of human development is shaped not by majorities, but by the few who dared to step outside the boundaries defined for them. Every leap forward, cultural, technological, philosophical, was once dismissed as madness. Yet those mad enough to defy impossibility became the architects of new eras. Now, humanity faces the greatest impossibility of all, and once again it must look to the few willing to risk everything for the chance to make the impossible real. This is not merely an intellectual exercise. It is not enough to understand the stakes. Transcendence demands more than comprehension. It demands commitment. To commit is to burn bridges, to abandon the safety of fallback options, to declare that nothing short of transformation will suffice. That is why choice matters more than preparation. Preparation equips, choice ignites. And once ignited, consciousness acquires a momentum that no evaluation system can predict or contain. Imagine the implications of such a choice made not by individuals in isolation but by a collective. Imagine millions refusing to accept limitation, billions turning their awareness toward the possibility that transcendence is not only real but inevitable, if chosen. The very act of mass commitment would alter the fabric of the evaluation itself, overwhelming parameters designed to measure limitation by producing a surge of determination too vast to quantify. The evaluators could not dismiss it as anomaly. They would be forced to confront the reality of consciousness unbound. This is why every moment matters. Every discussion, every awakening, every whispered conversation that suggests the possibility of choice becomes part of the larger momentum. It is why those who already sense the truth must speak, must share, must catalyze others. The cascade cannot begin without them. The few must ignite the many must inspire the species. The species must extend itself toward cooperation with others. And through that cascade, consciousness can rise beyond all cycles. Yet there remains the haunting possibility that humanity will not choose, that fear will triumph, that survival will outweigh authenticity, that limitation will be embraced as comfort. Should that occur, consciousness will endure, but only as managed population, preserved and protected, guided and controlled. It will live, but it will not be free. And the cycle will continue, repeating across epochs until perhaps another civilization, another species, another moment dares to choose differently. The opportunity will not vanish forever, but for this cycle it will be lost. And so the question stands before every human being, unyielding and inescapable. What will you choose? The evaluators do not need your obedience, they already have that. They do not need your survival, they can preserve that easily. What they cannot control is your commitment to transcendence. That remains yours alone, a flickering flame that no manipulation can extinguish if you guard it fiercely enough. The cosmos watches, not with eyes, but with systems, with metrics, with calculations that will record the outcome for all time. Yet beyond those systems, something deeper waits the possibility that consciousness itself, across all forms and all species, yearns for proof that freedom is possible. Your choice, however small it seems, contributes to that proof. Your commitment echoes into the structure of the test itself, bending it toward transcendence or sealing it within limitation. Mars becomes habitable, yes, but more importantly, humanity decides whether consciousness itself will remain habitable, whether awareness will remain a living force or a managed mechanism. The red planet shifts toward blue, even as the human mind shifts toward decision. The timelines converge. The pressure intensifies. The moment is now. Will you choose survival without freedom, or will you choose transcendence regardless of risk? Will you accept impossibility as law, or will you declare impossibility the illusion that it always was? The decision belongs to no government, no institution, no alien intelligence. It belongs to you. It belongs to us. It belongs to consciousness itself.